So good morning, everyone. I'd appreciate it if somebody could give me a thumbs up to let me know that you can see and hear me.
Look good, sound good.
Great, thank you, Maury. And I see we got a pretty healthy batch of participants this morning. So just want to thank everybody very much for your participation throughout this process. And today we're going to talk about integration of transmission and generation planning. Lot to cover today, so I think I'm going to just get going. And folks, there may be a few additional people that are joining, but let's see. I'm trying to, excuse me a second here. That's right. 1 minute, and I can share my slides. Here we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, so as I was saying, we're here today to talk about the integration of transmission and generation planning. Again, we've read through all the comments that many of you sent in. I realize that was months ago, but we're finally getting around to actually developing rules and holding these workshops. We're gonna, if you were at the last workshop, today's going to be pretty similar. Going to raise a bunch of questions for discussion, and hopefully we'll get into some vibrant back and forth on a lot of these issues. As I said, we have a lot to cover, so I'm going to keep moving along here. And let's see here. All right. And reminders, this workshop, I'm leading the workshop today, not the commissioners. The reason for these workshops is to help us help the commissioners, help us advise them as to how to get ready for the rulemaking process. Note that we can't give legal advice on this. We're not allowed to share opinions, and also we're going to ask to avoid discussing ongoing adjudications of the PUC, and that is something that's going to be coming up. That's going to become important today. So again, we need to avoid discussing anything about an ongoing adjudication. We can let me clarify that. We can discuss things. We just can't argue about them. We don't want to talk about the strengths and drawbacks of particular proposals that have anything to do with an ongoing adjudication. This slide, just put this in here to make it clear that we are at the far left here. We're at the very beginning of this process. The rulemaking has not actually begun. And the point here is just that there are going to be lots of opportunities in the future to make your voice heard and to weigh in on the issues that are going to be raised. Picture of who's participating today. We obviously have the PUC. We also have the Colorado Electric Transmission Authority, CETA, the Energy Office, the Office of the Consumer Advocate. We have both jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional utilities participating, a variety of stakeholders, and some independent grid policy and technology consultants. Some logistics. As we did last time, I'm going to ask that if you'd like to speak, and I hope you will, please use the raise hand feature and get in the queue, and I will call on you. I would ask that you add your affiliation to your Zoom name in the Zoom window. If you hover over your image, click on those three dots, you'll see a rename choice, and that'll allow you to put your affiliation next to your name. And also, when you speak, please do state your name and your affiliation. A few requests for today. Let's be as concise as we can. A lot to go over and limited time. Try to not repeat yourself or others at length. If possible, this is not a hard and fast rule, but if you've got multiple people participating from your organization, it would be ideal to have one person speak for the organization. If it doesn't work out that way, it's okay, but we do want to make sure there's plenty of time for a variety of viewpoints. And please be collaborative, obviously, and treat others with respect. And also, please, we'd be very happy to get your comments on this or other workshops, either after this workshop or once all 4 workshops are over. Either way is fine, but I'd love to have your comments on what we discussed today. So today we're going to try to identify potential areas of consensus on how the transmission planning and ERP rules should be modified to better integrate transmission planning with the ERP cycle. And on the agenda, hopefully you got the slides in advance. I did send those out to all who registered before about 5 yesterday. And so hopefully you've had a chance to look at the agenda and think about some of the questions I raised. But I think without further ado, we're going to get going. One thing I wanted to mention was that following the last workshop, I got a request to help those not familiar with Colorado's rules. And so you see a couple of slides in the deck that just talk about generally what the rules are. And this is an example of that. So Rule 3627 is the commission rule that requires the utilities to file a non-litigated joint filing of their individual transmission plans. So that would be Public Service, Tri-State, and Black Hills. Every other year, they file a joint transmission plan. That establishes, the rule establishes requirements and contents flows for 10-year plans with 20-year conceptual scenarios, establishes guidelines for stakeholder engagement and the evaluation of alternatives that the stakeholders recommend. The utilities have to avoid negatively impacting each other's plans. And that's provided for in the rule. And the rule also contains I call it an aspirational provision for submittal of joint projects, but in practice, that does not happen. The utilities tend to plan for their own systems. And if you'd like more detail on the rules, I included a link in the deck. Excuse me. Let me just check here. Okay. So first subject, aggregated versus individual plan reporting. My question here is, the current Rule 3627 reporting regime requires all the utilities to file joint report every 2 years. So, but because it's a joint report, it's not clear to me how the utilities plans can be aligned with their ERPs, which do not happen, simultaneously across the 3 jurisdictional utilities. So the question is, how can transmission reporting be aligned with generator resource planning if we don't break up the joint process? And so, that's my first question. And I wanted to, whoops, okay. Sorry about that. I will share that again. Wanted to put that in front of you and sorry about that. Here we go. And ask for your input on that. And I think I'm not yet sharing it, so please bear with me one more second. Here we go. I thought I had that. So let me ask if anybody has input on that first question I'm raising. Should the current 3627 reporting regime be changed so that utilities can file their own transmission plans that can be kind of aligned or coordinated with the cadence of their IRP filings? And let me just take a look here. apologize. I'm having a bit of trouble finding the queue. Stephanie, can you help me out? For some reason, I am not getting the controls that would allow me to see the queue, see people's hands up.
Oh, it's in the participants tab at the bottom.
Oh, oh, I see. Actually,
Yeah.
It's actually at the top now. So, okay. There we go. All right. Bear with me. Okay. Yes. I see Jared Lunar or somebody from Public Service. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Jared Lunar with Public Service Company of Colorado. I did want to point out that this is an area where we will really need to look back to the statute. So the Rule 3627 plan really comes out of Section 40-2-126. That's the kind of the legislative requirement that triggers this planning process here at the commission governed by 3627. And that statute does require that these plans be filed biennially. And included in that plan, there's a whole list of things, but it really largely does track with Rule 3627. So I'll say that I think the mismatch between the cadence of transmission plans and ERPs is a definite issue. It's one that we see. It's one that we saw with the timing of our 2021 ERP aligned with our 2024 Rule 3627 plan. We were kind of in the middle of kicking off that transmission planning process following a phase 2 decision, simultaneously with having to file our 2024 3627 plan. So there is a mismatch. There would be benefits from alignment, but we do need to make sure that we're holding to the statutory requirements as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lunar. I just want to suggest that, when I did take a look at the statute on this, what it does require biennial filings.
Mm-hmm.
So that is, I agree, that's required, but I don't believe it requires that they be joint filings.
No,
I don't believe it says anything about the timing other than that they need to be every other year. So at least theoretically, I believe we'd be within the law if a rule said, if we change the rule such that that utilities file those reports individually, and then they aligned, could support the ERPs, and then 2 years later file another follow-up report.
Yeah, I do agree with that. It certainly would be kind of within the commission's discretion under the statute to, have non-joint filings, to alter the cadence potentially to align better with the phase 1 and phase 2 process of ERPs. ERPs are on an approximate 4-year cycle. There is much more variability to ERP cycles than there is to the transmission planning cycle. But yes, I would say the 2 years is the statutory requirement, the joint and the alignment with ERP. I think PSCO would agree that the commission has some discretion there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hefner from Tri-State.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having us again this morning. Dietrich Hefner on behalf of Tri-State. I think this is an interesting question. From Tri-State's perspective, I think we're a little unclear as to sort of what the alignment with the ERP would be. Would it be during phase 1 or during phase 2, immediately following phase 2? Sort of what's the anticipated timing here? And I guess I'll follow that up with the comment that, at least in Tri-State's conception, the transmission planning exercise is informed by the outcome of the ERP in many respects. And so, to us, having it on the current cycle allows us to use whatever the most recent ERP was to inform the base cases that then go into the transmission planning exercise. So just a bit of a question mark as to what it would mean to adjust this cycle and what exactly you're thinking of.
Sure. And so let me provide a little more background, and we will be getting into more details as we go along. But in the last workshop, we had public service presented on their proposal, in which a utility would file a CPN for one or more CPCN applications for resources it believes it needs to support its subsequent ERP, and then would come out of that process with either conditional or non-conditional CPCNs that would then be involved in could be included in phase 1 and subsequently phase 2 of the ERP. My thinking here is along the same lines, that utility would file its report, and that report might be accompanied by application for one or more CPCNs, and that would be filed. And I don't know exactly, I'm going to ask for input on this, but it'd be filed sufficiently in advance of the ERP that the CPCN process could be conducted and completed either before phase 1 or during phase 1 of the subsequent ERP. Is that
that's helpful to understand. I mean, I guess the other two more observations we'd have. One is, in Tri-State's a little newer to the ERP process, but at least from what we've seen, that the timing of ERPs can be quite difficult in terms of delays and that type of thing. And I think adding another moving piece would raise some concerns in that regard, and sort of getting the sequencing right, especially if we're still trying to do it on a approximately every 2-year cycle. And then the second observation is a little higher level, which is, we think there is some value in doing 3627 as a coordinated exercise between the utilities. And while I think you're correct to point out that there have not been joint projects proposed recently, we still view the coordination process as quite valuable, and allowing utilities to get a close look at what's being proposed by their peers and look for opportunities either for collaboration or synergies or that type of thing. And so having each utility on its own cycle would potentially reduce some of those coordination benefits that we have under the current regime.
Okay, and I'll ask representatives from both Public Service and Black Hills to respond to that in a minute. I want to get to Mr. Wilson and Mr. Fitch-Fleischman, but I do want to ask: is there anything that would prevent? I just want to ask about your point about the value of the exercise of putting the joint plan together. First of all, my understanding is that the utilities do all the coordination at the Colorado Coordinated Planning Group, CCPG. So there's a lot of coordination that happens there. And secondly, is there any reason why the utilities could not, meet to have those similar discussions to collaborate either with or without stakeholders in the absence of 3627, or in the presence of a changed 36.7 that doesn't require a joint filing? So that's directed to you, Mr. Hefner.
Yeah, I think that's right in part, that many of the coordination activities would continue on as they typically do. I think the thing you lose is sort of presenting one coordinated plan that the utilities have worked on together at a sort of single snapshot in time that illustrates the full scope of proposed build outs. And one area, right, thinking about the ERP, one area where I would imagine that could be helpful is, as bidders are looking at an ERP, they can go to that 3627 report and see all of the proposed projects across all three utilities sort of in a single coordinated document rather than having to refer to each utility's, specific 2-year plan.
Okay, well, let's stick a pin in that last idea because that's something that I hope to raise later in the day about reflecting third-party transmission assets that are going to be placed into service during a resource acquisition period. Okay, thanks. Let's move on to Mr. Wilson, please.
Yes, thank you. A couple of thoughts. I wonder if we should think about a 5-year plan that is separate, each utility does separately, and then 10-year plan and 20-year plans that are done in a coordinated manner. The 5-year plan might address some of the issues that were just brought up with respect to developers' needs for knowing what the status is now and what it will be within the next few years. And then, some real 10-year and 20-year joint planning where we really look at what Excel has proposed as maybe a solution for that. So maybe something to think about with respect to dividing this up into several pieces. Thank you.
Interesting thought. I wonder, well, I'll ask the utilities, but Mr. Wilson, you may also want to respond. What if as I think is pretty frequently or usually the case, the resource acquisition period extends beyond 5 years? And so I'll ask for a utility representative to respond to that question. In the meantime, Mr. Fleischman or Fitch Fleischman from Interwest, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I'm trying to be brief here. I liked the questions about whether the transmission plan should be kind of coordinated with the ERP or on, coming preceding or following, and just wanted to say that it seems to me like the iterative process is really useful because you do the transmission plan, then you have the results to inform the ERP, then you do the ERP and you have the results to iterate forward on the transmission plan. So I just wanted to commend that notion there. But I also had a question. I was curious if the CPCN portion might usefully be separated from the 3627 plan, because the CPCN applications maybe have their own unique set of circumstances and timing, and perhaps freeing that up from the required timing of the plan would allow the utilities to come forward with those, more conveniently on the schedule that fits with everything else going on. So just a question there. Second one, briefly to the utilities. I don't know if in Colorado the 3627 plan takes the place of the FERC Order 890 planning process, or if it satisfies that, but I was just curious there because that seems to always be on a 2-year cycle anyway, with all utilities generally coordinated. So that's another potential friction if they're trying to have the 3627 plan satisfy Order 890 requirements.
Okay, and I will leave that latter question to the utilities regarding the timing of the CPCNs. I think first of all, there will always be, I think will have to be a process for CPCNs that's independent of the ERP, simply because needs for facilities, come up that are unrelated to the ERP, or at least, that are either unrelated or almost entirely unrelated to the ERP. And so I think, that process is probably not going to go anywhere. There was something else I wanted to say about that. The
Just to be clear, I was suggesting that maybe the CPCN could be separate from the 3627 plans.
right, and so okay, and I don't want to presuppose anything here. I think I think there's inadequate value from what I've seen. I've reviewed these 3627 filings biennially every year since I've started at the commission, and in my view, their value, I guess the value that they provide is not sufficient to I guess the value and coordination that they provide, which I believe could happen and does happen out, aside from the requirements of 3627, but that value of joint filing is insufficient to justify or to overcome the potential benefits of coordinating and having an understanding of the specific utility transmission plans and proposals in advance of the ERP, so that those parameters can be litigated and a decision issued so that that information is available to bidders in phase 2. So that's kind of my thinking about that. Mr. Fitch-Fleischman, any quick response on that?
I guess I'm less focused on whether the 3627 plans should be joint or together, but just as we think about, I really like the notion of giving some good thought to how the transmission plan and the ERPs cycle or iterate back and forth. And if the CPCN were causing tangles there, I just wanted to suggest that it could be carved out. So I guess I feel less confident in any notion of whether the 3627 plans should be joint or should be separate, which seems to be the main point you're having here. But on the timing, I think it's really good to be thoughtful about how the plans cycle between each other. And so, I mean, I'm open, especially curious to hear what the utilities think about the right timing on those.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Mr. Flores from Excel.
Hey, good morning, Gilbert Flores, Excel Energy. I think I just wanted to reemphasize quickly the efficiencies and I think some of the additional coordination that happens when we do file it jointly. I think it is important. I think what we've seen in the plan has been useful in terms of a holistic view of the Colorado system. I think Mr. Hoffner mentioned that before. There's a lot of effort that goes into the alignment of projects and mapping of those projects and said description. So I think that our proposed plan was to improve the process and perhaps not go backwards in like unwinding the jointness of it. But that would be my opinion there. And then to quickly answer the FERC 890 3627 portion, the 890 requirement is annual, and those particular 10-year plans inform the biannual 3627. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Well, okay, so that's interesting to me. I'm hearing from both Tri-State and Public Service that you do find significant value in the coordination that arises as a result of the current 3627 reporting requirements. Okay, Mr. Wilson, please go ahead.
Let me, since I'm representing developers essentially in this meeting, I think for the developers, what they need is to know what's in the hopper for each utility, i.e. what is being built, what's going to be built, that sort of thing. But then the 10 and 20 year kind of joint planning, I think we're hoping that looks at projected loads, projected, needed generation to serve those loads by all of the utilities in the state. So maybe rather than looking at 5-year versus 10-year, we look at what's real or going to be real, and then what is kind of the forecasted need and the forecasted potential build. Anyway, just a thought. I will talk to our members and see what their thoughts are on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, and totally agree. That the intent here, my intent here was to, I guess, create some efficiency by kind of transforming 3627 into a pre-ERP, and again, we'd have to conform with the law, so there would be, assuming that ERP is every 4 years, and obviously that is a variable thing, but there would be a filing in advance of the ERP, and then a filing 2 years later to keep it on the required 2-year time frame cadence. And to do, take care of that without creating an additional process to have, to get those transmission plans and CPCNs approved in advance of the ERP. Of course, as I said earlier, that ERP CPCN process isn't going away. So this is what, as Public Service points out, is exactly what they did with the Colorado Power Pathway. My thought was just to formalize that a little bit and maybe free up, not be duplicative, not require another proceeding that has a lot of the same information. So I think that was primarily my motivation there. Okay, Mr. Hefner, please go ahead from Tri-State.
Yeah, thank you. First, I just wanted to agree with the comments by Mr. Flores about the value of 3627, and just add that I think one way to sort of conceptualize the values, it's not necessarily in the final report, which I think we would agree has maybe some surplus baggage that it's accumulated over the years. I mean, there are sections of that report that I've always questioned whether they provide value to anyone or whether it's just sort of a interesting writing exercise. But the stakeholdering and the meetings and the CCPG process and the actual utility coordination that goes on as part of creating the report seems to me to have considerable value. I think as we're sitting here listening to the idea about trying to sequence the ERP and 3627 reports, our concern would just be that if they're trying to be in sequence, transmission planning report followed by an ERP, followed by another transmission planning report, all within that 4-year window for the ERP cycle, the timing could get pretty tight, just given the tendency for things to take a little longer than anyone would like. So that's one thing to keep in mind. The other thing I'll say, and I think this responds a little bit to Mr. Wilson's comment, is there's also, and we shouldn't forget about, there's also the annual 3206 report for planned transmission projects in the next 3 years. And that gets filed, each and every year, and should provide that sort of short-term look at what's in the hopper, what's being contemplated for construction in the near-term future.
And that, thanks for raising that. And I wonder if Mr. Wilson or anyone else representing, I don't know if Sia is on the line or any other person representing the IPP community. I'm just curious, what information sources do you look to, and not in great detail, but is 3206 kind of the gold standard of what you look to regarding what's going to be built? Let me just put that question out there. And in the meantime, I think someone, Mr. Lunar, are you on by yourself today, or are you in a room with a bunch of people?
Yes, I am. Public Service decided to split up for this one. So when I come on, I'm representing Public Service myself.
Okay. So please.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Mr. Wilson's kind of comments and questions as well. And first I'll echo what Mr. Hoffner said about the 3206 giving that more near-term look of planned facilities. Admittedly, that is within a 3-year window, so that may be a bit narrower uh, than what developers are interested in, given kind of the timing of phase 1 and phase 2 processes and the timing of the resource acquisition periods. The other comment I wanted to make is putting in a plug for the PSCO proposal that was discussed at the previous workshop of, kind of doing that more coordinated 10 and 20 year, where utilities can incorporate in their existing 890 10-year plans and then perform some additional analysis using assumptions and data from resource plan filings to help plan the system longer term. Public Service thinks that proposal for 3627 may help align with the sort of information that Mr. Wilson and COSA are hoping to get out of the 3627 process.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So while we're discussing that particular point, so the public service proposal that we discussed in the last workshop, that was in no way intended to stop the 3627 reporting. It would be in addition to the 3627 process, correct?
Well, I think that would kind of serve as the main foundational analysis on which the 3627 report is based. Is by conducting that planning exercise, that becomes kind of the additional analysis layered on top of what the utilities are already putting in their 3627 report. So today it's largely informed by the Order 890 planning and the other planning that the utilities do. 3627 allows for some additional coordination on top of that existing planning. This would formalize that coordination through additional analysis using a longer time horizon than what utilities are doing through the 890 or WEC required processes, as well as using additional inputs based on, for example, load data derived from things like clean heat, transportation electrification, just general load growth, as well as generation assumptions based on kind of longer term looks out of the resource plans.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Mr. Hefner, did you have more to say, or is your hand still up from the last time?
Sorry, that was a legacy hand. I'll put it down.
Okay. And I see Mr. Wilson also. Did you have more to comment on?
I do.
Okay.
So we definitely support the XL proposal for the 10 and 20 year, better coordinated, better encompassing more of the needs and more of the from load and generation. So we definitely support that. The interesting part is, we have all of these current filings that they need to be made, but it would be nice if we could figure out what is really useful. And I go back to something Mr. Hoffner said about some of the material that's in some of the reports now probably isn't very useful, and maybe that should be eliminated and focus the resources on what really is needed. So I definitely would support an effort to figure that out. And maybe there is a place for, the 3-year, which is a requirement that looks at, what's actually happening. And then a little further look at what's in the utilities, we will be building this. And then we go to the 10 and 20 year more forecasted load and generation, and what that means in terms of transmission. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, I am not seeing any additional hands up at the moment, so I am, there was one or two more questions I wanted to raise here. We may have already discussed some of this. Okay, so should the 3627 plan review process, yeah, we really have discussed this in a fair amount of detail. So I think we're going to move along unless somebody sees something here that they want to comment on. I think we've already pretty much discussed this. I was envisioning, morphing 3627 report into a individual utility specific transmission system plan that would include CPCN applications. Okay, then why don't we move along and dive into the question of integrated planning once one or more utilities are in ISOs or RTOs. And my question here is simply, how can transmission and generation planning be coordinated? ISOs are responsible for transmission planning. And so I'm in particular, I'm curious for, well, first just answers to that question, but also how is it done elsewhere in the in ISOs around the country? Do the ISOs have any participation in the resource planning that the member utilities do? And do the ISOs? And it seems to me, from what I have limited understanding, but my understanding is that primarily the ISOs plan transmission in reaction to what the utilities tell them, the resources that they're going to be building or acquiring. And so be curious for any insight into how this works elsewhere. Don't be shy, folks. I mean, let's see. I mean, maybe someone from public service could tell us how it works in MISO. Yeah, Mr. Hefner from Tri-State, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in briefly on this one, which is, I mean, I think our understanding is similar to yours, which is that ISOs or RTOs plan transmission in a pretty similar way to at least how Tri-State does it now, which is they use the load and generation forecasts generated as part of an ERP to then inform the transmission planning exercise. And sort of as to the question of coordination more generally, the RTOs and ISOs are public utilities that are subject to the same FERC transmission planning processes, FERC Order 1000, et cetera, and stakeholdering and so forth to do their transmission planning. So I don't think we see it as a big departure from the way transmission planning happens currently, at least for Tri-State. I think because this raises the RTO topic, something that's at least on all of our minds is Tri-State is planning to be in SPP in 2026, which will mean that its transmission planning function gets centralized into SPP, at least for the parts of Tri-State that are within SPP. And that'll be a very different state of affairs than things are currently with a Tri-State centric or Tri-State led transmission planning exercise. And so that'll be a big change. And I think one thing that we want to be cognizant of is not spending a lot of member resources and time developing new rules and complying with new rules at the state level if those rules are going to be made obsolete pretty quickly thereafter by Tri-State's entrance into SPP.
Yeah, and I'm sensitive to that, and so, as we get into the rulemaking, I'm anticipating that there will be kind of off ramps for utilities as they join ISOs. One question for you, Mr. Hoffner, before I go on to Mr. Siebenoller. And I just wanted to ask you if you agree that planning transmission in reaction to generation is maybe less viable in an era when a generation can be located a good long distance away from load, perhaps less important to tri-state, but that it can be built much faster than transmission, or faster than transmission. I mean, I guess, this I wanted to ask Mr. Hefner about how things have been changing because of the nature of our resources.
Yeah, so, I mean, from our perspective, I think we see it as, and certainly many others have said it this way as well, as a sort of chicken and egg problem or cart and horse problem that you don't, especially for tri-state, which has to spend its members' money and has to be quite careful about doing that. You don't want to go off and build speculative transmission projects at tremendous expense without a pretty clear guarantee that they're going to be needed and useful in the future. And so Tri-State's approach has always been to be relatively conservative in terms of pursuing transmission projects and make sure they are truly needed projects that deliver benefits for Tri-State's members. And I think in that sense, we may be a little bit differently situated than the IOUs in terms of sort of who we're responsible to and the balancing of the desire for additional transmission going out into areas where projects might be located versus the very clear need to keep member costs reasonable.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And let's move on to Mr. Siebenoller from Excel.
Yeah, good morning. Drew Siebenoller with Excel Energy. I lead the team that actually represents Excel Energy efforts in regional planning efforts across our 3 service territories. That includes STP and MISO for other service territories. Just to answer the questions directly here, our experience, the ISOs have very limited participation in resource plans. It's really been limited to when we ask them for clarification on resource adequacy rules. So they're just clarifying their own tariff obligations and rules in those and not really weighing in on much else. For the transmission plans that are coming up through the RTOs, the ISOs, we are a participant in MISO through our Northern States Power footprint. That is arguably the most advanced of the long-range transmission plan. They're just about to approve their second portfolio of long-range transmission plans. That is built almost entirely on utility resource plans. So the beginning assumption in that is the resource plans that the utilities have filed. The only small exception is areas where they do not have a resource planning obligation and are not willing to provide a plan. So if there's a gap, the RTO has stepped in, specifically MISO has stepped in to fill that for long-range plans, but that is then subject to review by those utilities. So it's very much built on utility.
So then let me ask you for your thoughts, Mr. Siebenoller, on this chicken and egg problem. Does the process in MISO sufficiently, it sounds like it's reactive. We just gone through the experience here in Colorado. It's not like it's over. We're still going through this experience where we know that there's, we need this pretty significant shift in resources, which is, well underway. But if the ISOs are not planning planning transmission to enable a resource shift, and I understand that some of the MISO states have very different resource requirements, and so perhaps not as engaged in the energy transition as Colorado is. But I guess what are your thoughts on the degree to which that process is sufficiently is looking at needs that may not be brought up in a specific ERP, but might be needed a bit further in the future. How do they, or do they address that?
So they address it in two different ways to kind of split it apart. So they have a chicken and an egg and a chicken, essentially. So they're looking at what are the backbone facilities that are needed to enable this wholesale change. So as the transition, they see it as all their member plans are being rolled up. Speaking to myself specifically, as those member plans are rolled up, they look at the trends and they try to develop a series of scenarios that look at what are the commonalities, what are the areas of the backbone transmission system that need to be in place to enable this. Then it goes into a very similar process as everything else. As the resources go through a solicitation process or however they're selected, those enter the MISO generation interconnection queue, and then local planning takes over from there. So it's kind of split into this backbone system where we're getting those major facilities in place to enable, and then trying to really tailor the local planning and local facilities to get from the specific generation locations to those backbone facilities as that secondary local planning that comes after the larger regional efforts.
I see. Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Wilson.
Yes, thank you. So I have a question that really for Tri-State. Since Tri-State in Colorado will still be pretty much a Colorado utility unless they really beef up the interconnect into SPP. My question is the following: if Tri-State sees a need for a new large transmission facility in the state of Colorado, won't they still need to get a CPCN approved by the PUC? And then if they see a need for an interstate transmission facility, maybe including beefing up the intertie, won't they still need a CPCN from Colorado? And then what does that imply with respect to coordinated planning between Tri-State and Xcel and the other utilities in Colorado? Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the key point for us is within SPP, it would be SPP and not Tri-State as an individual utility identifying the transmission needs and doing the transmission planning. You know, I think as the rules currently sit, Tri-State likely would need to come in for a CPCN, but that's certainly a topic that we discussed. I think at the last one of these meetings is how would that look in the context of a project that has been planned and proposed by SPP, and Tri-State, you know, maybe would be building the project, but wouldn't be the entity that had, you know, the CPCN would essentially be passing along that SPP has planned and proposed this project, and here's what it is. You know, and I think under the SPP process, if for whatever reason Tri-State didn't get a CPCN, they would be able to potentially just take it out and have it be a bidder process and have somebody else build the transmission project rather than having Tri-State build it, which is sort of getting pretty far down the line. But the core point is SPP would be the entity doing the overall planning. You know, and I think that also goes back to one of Mr. Greenberg's earlier questions, which is because SPP has a so much larger footprint, it can take into account some of those sort of larger projects that deliver benefits to many entities rather than taking sort of a utility by utility approach. And we would expect to see, you know, potentially more interregional type projects through SPP than we do under the current process.
If I could follow up briefly, so this kind of raises the other part of this question, which was a little bit addressed by you a moment ago. But if SPP does not think that additional transmission is needed in Colorado to meet Colorado's clean energy goals, for example, then what's the recourse of Colorado to make that happen? If SPP says, no, we don't really think we need to do that. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a complicated question. The first answer, right, is we hope SPP gets it right, and certainly they have every incentive to do that. I think maybe the second order answer is, SPP is still a FERC regulated public utility, and if they're not acting consistent with their obligations under the FERC rules, certainly there is an avenue of recourse there, and whether it's a private party or the state of Colorado or whomever, certainly we would expect the doors are open both within SPP and the SPP process, and then also at FERC, should it come to that.
Appreciate that answer, but I think it does kind of ask some legal questions that I'm certainly not competent to answer about what the obligations of Tri-State will be in the future when they're part of SPP with respect to our transmission planning requirements within the state, or for SPP, not Tri-State, and what authority does the state have over that process?
So I mean, I don't want to go too deep down the rabbit hole, but we certainly don't see anything that's going to change Tri-State's compliance with Colorado's carbon reduction goals and carbon reduction requirements. And it's our expectation that joining a market is going to help advance those goals, and not the other way around, that it will be something that helps progress toward carbon reduction. And I would also point out that a utility can fully sponsor its own transmission project within the SPP footprint if it's willing to bear all of the costs.
Thanks, I appreciate that that conversation. Yeah, Mr. Turner from Advanced Energy, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. And I'm joining the conversation a bit late, and so I apologize if any of my questions are reiterative of where we've been. I did want to follow up on that point that Mr. Wilson brought up. I thought it was a very interesting question. And I wonder, sorry, if anyone knows, I don't believe SPP has a policy-driven transmission planning category. I believe it's economic and reliability. And I would love to know if I'm mistaken on that. I'm most familiar with the CAISO process, which does have a policy-driven transmission scenario category, so that transmission can be built to meet state goals. And I just would like confirmation whether SPP has such a category. That might be for you, Mr. Hefner, or anyone else that knows that fact about SPP.
I will ask whether any of my tri-state colleagues on the call have an answer to that. I am not aware off the top of my head.
Or anyone on the call that knows the answer, please raise your hand.
Okay, well, if not, I just noted then for the question, because I think that may be critical to the question that Mr. Wilson asked about, how does the meeting state goals under ISO framework happen?
And it looks like Mr. Siebenaler wants to weigh in, so please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. SCP does have a policy driver project set. It's set up a little bit differently, as their cost allocation is based on voltage level, so it's not a specific set of projects that say these are public policy, but more public policy benefit that they would calculate. But it's driven by Order 1000. FERC Order 1000 requires reliability, economic, and public policy planning.
Okay.
Did you say it's FERC 1000 that requires that?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right. I am not seeing any more hands up, and it turns out that I am a lousy predictor of how long it's going to take to discuss things. I really, don't have a lot of experience at these workshops, and it turns out that we are on the order of an hour ahead of where I thought we would be. I'm going to just offer an opportunity here to see if anybody wants to discuss anything that we've discussed so far. We have a break scheduled next, but I think we'll just postpone that and move on to the next issue. But let me just give folks 10 or 15 seconds to raise their hands if there's anything further they want to discuss about what the issues already raised. Yeah, Mr. Hefner, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just getting a message from our folks that you may want to look at SPP's ITP section 4.3 for that policy driver, the ITP manual.
Thanks for that.
Excellent, and thank you for that reference, since I was the one asking for it. This is Brian Turner. And since we've got a second, I'll just put into the record, as it were. It's not, I understand it's not actually a record or anything, but just recommend for your perusal this report by Americans for a Clean Energy Grid on the planning processes around the country. Oh, I see I don't have a chat here. I was going to drop it in the chat.
Right.
Okay. Well,
but if you want to send me an email, I can forward it on to participants today.
Okay, that's great. It's Americans for a Clean Energy Grid. It was done in 2023. It's a report card that they'll use going forward. It's very useful in talking about the current process, both in the West in general and within the ISO RTOs. And it does give them a handy little report card grade at the end of it. SPP is just about in the middle, C plus student. So, and MISO and KISO are up there with the top score of just a B. So nobody's doing A+ work.
I think the non-ISO West did not look great in that report.
Ooh, sure did. Nope.
Okay. Yeah, if you send me a link to it, I think I may have it, but if you send me a link to it, I will forward it on to the group. Okay, well, I think we will move along. We'll have a break a little bit later today, this morning, and let's move on to the integrated zonal transmission and generation planning proposal. This is an idea that Advanced Energy United put forward in its comments. And Mr. Turner, I'll turn it over to you to describe that proposal, and then we'll just have a discussion about it. And do you have any slides that you want to share?
I do not. I'm sorry, Mr. Greenberg.
No problem. No problem. Go ahead.
Anything. And to the extent this was a proposal, I think it was all of 3 paragraphs or so in our original comments to the transmission docket. And this does have, I think, significant precedent in Colorado. I mean, what the recent CETA report did is along these lines. And I think to a large degree, Colorado Power Pathways was incorporating this concept. And I'm also familiar with the California process, both within the state planning agencies and how they interact with the ISO. And it is, again, I joined the call late, but I heard a reference to chicken and egg. And I believe that it's trying to address this chicken and egg issue by, let me start by describing California. And the life cycle of the transmission planning process begins with resource planning at the utilities and then at the PUC. In their instance, the PUC wraps up those individual IOU and CCA resource plans into a statewide resource plan, projecting out 10 years through capacity expansion. So capacity expansion models on a base of the utilities already planned and acquired resources. Here's what we intend to build. Then the commissions additional capacity expansion modeling on top of that. So it gives you a statewide and indeed region-wide, because it includes out-of-state resources, estimate of where resource development will occur. the pricing, the assumptions that go into that, both the resource pricing, the transmission pricing, the resource capabilities, generation profile, et cetera, is based on the same kind of data you would expect, NREL ATB, hotly debated amongst stakeholders through a couple of inputs and assumptions workshops, but then that capacity expansion model is run. The resulting portfolio of resources where, again, debated to some extent amongst stakeholders, and then brought down to the bus bar level. So making assumptions about what bus bars would have what kind of resource growth over this 10, and even they do the 20-year projection as well, 10 and 20-year horizon. So at this point, this is very similar to the approach CETA took in their recent study. I believe that was taking the utilities resource plans as given, then assuming resource expansion beyond that using a capacity expansion model. I believe, as I understand that process, that was a more limited geographic area to Colorado with some out-of-state resources, but that's a modeling question. So anyway, at the end of all that, you've got a portfolio of resources mapped to bus bars, and then that is sent over to the transmission planning agency in the California context and CETA context. That's where they ran the transmission planning model too. And so the plan is then to build the transmission capacity to allow that resource development. You're not actually picking specific projects beyond the utilities already planned projects. You're not picking specific projects, but you are estimating that X thousand megawatts of wind will develop in this region, X megawatts of solar, geothermal, counting on the changes in thermal resources, and building the transmission there. And then here's the second part of the cycle. So as resource planning occurs, it is planned with that knowledge of where transmission exists already. It can translate down into the, so hopefully that is in alignment with previous resource plans. It can translate down into the procurement process then, because developers know where transmission capacity exists, and so that they can plan the projects that they will bid in to those locations most conducive to the grid already, where the grid is already built or will be built. The projects will show up there because that transparency of data, developers will know that. In the procurement process, you can figure that into how bids are rated, with bids that are actually showing up where the transmission exists and where the utility has rights more highly. And then, now this is important as you go to an ISO context. This is in the California context, and I know that it's been of some concern in Colorado. If you move to SPP, how do those projects that have received winning bids through a utility resource planning process receive precedence prioritization in the interconnection process? What California has done to thread that needle is say that if you are a project aligned with the resource planning, you will have precedence or prioritization in the interconnection queue. So it gives a leg up in the queue in a functionally similar manner to the resource solicitation cluster. So that's the full life cycle from resource planning then to interconnection, which is taking it one step further than just this resource to generation. And while I wasn't around for litigating the Power Pathways proceeding, my understanding is that that was at least the rationale and the method, the approach taken to thinking where would the resources come from, and let's build the transmission there. Differences that I'm aware of, and there may be more that I'm not aware of, would be that this approach would take should take a statewide view because of the interconnection of both resource planning and transmission planning. And the CETA example then is an even better example if you're taking that statewide perspective. And I think I'll stop there and would love the discussion. Thanks for allowing me to talk about it.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you presenting that here. Maybe I will, I have some questions about this and perhaps others do. Since I'm not seeing any hands at the moment, I will go ahead with one of the questions I have, excuse me, which is, so you're seeing this as a statewide planning and procurement process. And we have a bit of a jurisdictional issue because the PUC doesn't regulate all of the entire state. So we could only oversee, the solicitation process for public service, Tri-State, and Black Hills. I mean, it's the majority of the state and the majority of the load for sure, but it's not entirely, it's not the whole state. And maybe I was just thrown off by the word zonal planning. I think if I understand you correctly, Mr. Turner, what you're proposing is that the planning be conducted very similar, as you said, to the way CETA approached its needs study, looking forward 20 years, 10 and 20 years, but particularly in the 20-year scenario, looking at what the needs might be, where the resources might be located, and then mapping that to bus bar. But I believe what you said was that procurement would be done on a statewide basis, not on a zonal. You wouldn't have an individual procurement for a specific zone. Have I got that correct?
I think so. Let me just see if I can clarify a few of those. So I'm not saying procurement would occur on a statewide basis. Want to be very clear about that. To some extent, we can leave interconnection and procurement to the side because this is about the generation and transmission planning per se. I think that you can add on that extra step. And I want to be clear that utility by utility procurement planning can occur under this kind of framework. The use of zonal here is to talk about that much like the CETA model did, right? I think there were 8 zones around the state. So it's a very broad geographic level resource estimation. And then you do need to bring it down to the bus bar to really examine the impacts on the transmission system in practice. But I believe that much of the larger backbone, shall we say, transmission still is based on the zonal, connecting zones of resources to load.
Okay, so.
And then just on the jurisdictional, non-jurisdictional, one approach is to allow for voluntary opt-in and just integrating around their resource planning, but doing the planning only for those jurisdictional entities.
Okay, all right. So then you're saying let's do the planning on a statewide basis, but the procurement would be done via similar or identical processes to what we currently use for our jurisdictional utilities. Is that right?
That is, yep, that is correct.
Okay. I do want to again encourage participants to raise your hand if you have any feedback on this. Of course, if this is certainly something that folks could comment on in writing as well. But this strikes me as the ideal, right? The ideal is to plan. Well, the ideal is to plan on as large a geographic area. Do your planning in as large a geographic area as possible to take advantage of the efficiencies that can create, as well as other benefits of resiliency and reduce planning reserve and so forth. And so, I'm all for the idea of, expanding planning beyond the individual utility. And again, we do have this joint process that does allow for some degree of coordination, but historically, our process has not really resulted in shared projects, even within the state, let alone, within the region or beyond. So, yeah, since we have a hand up from Mr. Hoffner at Tri-State, please go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't want to beat a dead horse. I think from Tri-State's perspective, the point we'd want to make here is, sort of our vision of a broader multi-state transmission planning process is moving Tri-State's load into SPP quickly. And, I know there are critiques of the SPP planning process, but we see it as directionally the right way to go, and allowing for this type of broader and deeper look into transmission planning and finding projects that produce benefits.
Yeah. So if we and that's certainly valid. I think, but just joining SPP, certainly that will expand the view on the transmission planning side. But I don't. It doesn't really address the point that I think Mr. Turner was making about also planning resource selection in a joint way, resource optimization, expansion.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, SPP would take over the transmission planning function, but not the resource planning function, which would stay very similar to how it is now. I don't think we see that as a major drawback, and we think the SPP transmission planning process, sort of by definition, will allow sort of better resource interconnection and interconnectivity across multiple states, just given their footprint.
Thanks very much. Any further feedback on that proposal? Did I hear somebody? Yes, Mr. Rombo from Black Hills.
Yeah, this is Trevor Rombo with Black Hills Energy. I just want to raise the question and just say that I'm just kind of curious how this concept would be applied to a smaller utility like Black Hills. Just because based on the geographic footprint of our transmission system, we don't have the same transfer capability challenges as the larger utilities, and just thinking that the larger planning or the zonal planning concept likely wouldn't benefit a smaller transmission system as much as it would for some of the larger utilities. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Mr. Turner, any response to that?
I don't believe I do.
Okay. Yeah, well, it's certainly the benefits, would scale with size. There might well be benefits regardless, in terms of being able to either to opt in or just to share in the development of projects for Black Hills that could reduce consumer costs. I would just say that kind of generically, might not be true in any specific case, but I wouldn't entirely rule out the possibility that there could be those kinds of benefits for Black Hills, and though I do agree they would likely be smaller than for the other utilities.
If I may, it's partly in response to, or queued up by Mr. Hefner's point about when things move to SPP for Tri-State, and I think that that's very relevant and important, and I realize that is hopefully coming soon. I'm thinking whether this a statewide planning process, and I'm using planning loosely here, right? Something that allows for a glimpse into the resources necessary and potentially the transmission capacity necessary for longer term goals might still be useful to the SPP process. And I do have some concern that there's that the bulk of SPP being east of the Rockies may be less responsive to needs for Colorado, and that additional information might help in facilitating their development of transmission. So the kind of look that said, here are the resources that from a statewide perspective or close to it, Colorado believes that it needs to be able to access in the 10 and 20-year timeframe, might still be relevant information for SPP to take into account in its transmission planning.
Any response to that from Tri-State or anyone else? Mr. Galbraith, please go ahead. I was thinking about calling you, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, everyone. I mean, I think an important point that Mr. Turner is trying to make here is that the zone, what he's calling the zonal transmission planning or the statewide transmission planning, what you're essentially doing is you're trying to resolve the generation transmission chicken and egg problem, right? You're planning on a statewide basis. You're putting the generation resources where you think they're most likely to be developed, and you're signaling to potential generation developers that, hey, we're going to build out the transmission system to facilitate the development of those generation resources. And so it's a signaling mechanism. It's a way to try and signal to developers that these are the most favorable places to, host generation, and this is how we're planning on building the transmission system in the future. If you don't do it on a statewide basis and you don't do the bus bar mapping that gets to sort of hosting capacity, that signal just isn't provided, and you're stuck in the world of wondering where the transmission is going to be built, right? You're not telling anyone in advance where the transmission is going to be built. You're all out there doing it on a silo by silo basis, and everybody's scratching their head trying to figure out where's the generation going to be located and where's the transmission going to be built. So it's really a signaling mechanism to others. At least I think of it in those terms, and I think it provides a huge benefit. And so I would imagine that SPP would want to do something along these lines in the future. It just helps with resource development, both generation and transmission. So thank you, Dan.
Thank you. And I also want to ask, I mean, my perception, at least until we have, significantly expanded DC tie capacity, is that SPP will be planning the West independently from the East. And I would imagine that Colorado's needs would have a much more significant weight than they would if the entirety of SPP on both sides of the seam were considered as a whole, as a unit. Excuse me. Yeah, well, let's go to Mr. Hubbard. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Ryan Hubbard, Tri-State. Something I want to just make sure is on everyone's radar. SPP is developing and transitioning to what's called a consolidated planning process. Right now, their GIQ is studied independently from their long-term 20-year integrated transmission planning process. The consolidated planning process they're transitioning towards merges generator interconnection and long-term transmission planning into one process. And so they're not going to be bifurcated like they are today. In that, they're going to be evaluating the needs to interconnect generation that's in the queue, tied to load forecasting, tied to everything, to make sure the whole planning process is optimized.
From the queue. Oh, pardon me.
Thank you for that, Mr. Ryan. I had a question, I guess a follow-up question on that. So do you know, are you familiar enough with that process, Mr. Hubbard, to know whether it's similar to what Mr. Turner was describing?
I apologize. I missed that part of the presentation. I had a prior commitment and I just got on about 2 minutes ago.
I see. Okay. Well, it might be helpful if you could send me a link to a document that describes that, and I can circulate that. I can put that in. You know what I'll do, folks? What I'm tempted to do is to both for this document and the one that Mr. Turner mentioned earlier is to just deposit those or upload those into this docket, which would automatically send it out to everybody that is logged into that, or that is registered for this proceeding, which is 23M-0472E. That's the easiest way to do it, but I can also just send it directly to folks. If you need it sent directly to you, just please send me an email and I'll make sure that you get that. But is that something you can do, Mr. Hubbard? Send it on to me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Dan, if I may follow up on one point you just made about SPP's transmission planning process and whether it would be done separately in the West and whether that achieves additional weight. I just wonder, is this something you're referencing that we know, or is that yet to be decided, or others on the phone? Because that
something I probably should know, and I'm sure that others on the phone do know. I mean, I think I'm right about that, but I'll just relay it to folks at Tri-State who are probably the most familiar. And the question is transmission planning going to be done, on the west side of the interconnect? Is that going to be, separate from that done on the east side? I think that's the question. Yeah, Mr. Hubbard, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, the SPP's transmission planning process will look at the full footprint in a single study, so east and west. It's not going to be bifurcated because they want to optimize planning across the whole footprint.
I see. Okay, so then it will identify opportunities to optimize the use, or perhaps expand the capacity or build new DC ties then.
Correct.
Okay.
And the governance then of that is still the same governance structure, the SPP Board of Directors, ultimate authority there. There's no special weight to Western interests.
Correct.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, thanks everyone for the discussion on that. You still have an opportunity to raise your hand here, but I think not seeing any. I will keep us moving. It's 10:30 now, and yeah, we're still about an hour ahead of where I guessed we might be. So why don't we start on a conversation of transmission modeling in the ERP process? This is the problem of bringing transmission modeling and potential future transmission costs into the resource selection process. My question that I'd like to discuss here is about what is possible in phase one of a resource planning proceeding, where the parameters of loads, resources, planning reserve margin, effective load carrying capacity, and the RFP and contract provisions are hammered out in advance of phase two, where the solicitation is issued and ultimately resources are selected. So a couple of questions. Is it possible for utilities to model power flow to identify likely transmission investments needed for resource deliverability in parallel with modeling generic expansion portfolios as part of an ERP phase one filing? And what modeling can utilities conduct in the course of an ERP to identify and account for interconnection and deliverability costs that bids and portfolios will likely impose on the transmission system? So, I pose these questions for discussion, but I noticed that in its recent Just Transition solicitation filing just a few weeks ago, Public Service proposes a methodology for attributing transmission costs to individual bids in the expansion optimization process. And I'm going to ask Public Service to describe that proposal in a moment. But before I do this, I need to give a little bit of a warning, I guess, because this is a proposal that will be examined and litigated in an ongoing proceeding. We need to be careful not to get into opinions or arguments about the strengths and weaknesses of this proposal today. This is simply an opportunity to improve our understanding of what the proposal is, and it seems highly relevant to the questions I'm posing here. So again, please let's we want to stay away from anything that could be considered litigation or ex parte communication. This is just an opportunity to look at one proposal for how the costs that bids in an ERP proceeding, how the cost of transmission related costs that they may impose on the grid, how those can be reflected in the resource selection process. So with that, I would like to turn this over to someone from Public Service. I think it might be Mr. Pascucci who will be presenting this, but let me, oh, I see Mr. Landrum's hand is up. So Mr. Landrum, please introduce yourself and go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm John Landrum. I'm the Director of Resource Planning for Xcel Energy Colorado, but Public Service, basically, based here in Denver, and one of the primary leaders that helped put that JTS filing together you're talking about. So, yeah, just in general, what we did this time was a response to our previous ERP, where we went through the phase 2, developed a portfolio, did transmission modeling on that portfolio, and it resulted in a transmission build out, at least to that point in time, that analysis that was kind of more than what folks were expecting, I guess you would say. So we're trying to avoid that a little bit this time. And what we have done in this filing is our transmission planning organization took portfolios that the generation planning folks developed and did some assignments of likely locations for the different generic resources, very similar to the gentleman from Advanced Energy was speaking about, Mr. Turner, and essentially looked at likely locations and did a transmission study on those generators and those locations. We did a variety of different portfolios, a variety of different location layouts. So we had a sort of a menu or a scenario-based approach of what different likely outcomes could be, and looked for commonalities, frankly. I think it's a step forward. There's always ways to improve things. I think we, trying to be responsive and looking forward to feedback on the usefulness of the exercise and possible improvements. We definitely have an open mind in that, and it's looking forward to the discussion with it. It's challenging in a phase 1 process or a generic portfolio modeling to do transmission work, because transmission planning, it needs to have generator characteristics, it needs to have locations down to the bus level, that sort of thing. And then there's some view that could be sort of less useful, and that the fact that the actual portfolio will almost certainly not be that. But the investigation of commonalities, I think, holds some value to it in itself. The challenge in phase 2, I'll just kind of go forward and turn it over to the other folks to respond and to comment. Phase 2 is challenging. I don't know if you want to talk about it here now for actual bid selection and accounting for bid costs. Actually, I think you may have a question later, Mr. Greenberg.
Yeah, that's right. So that's coming up. And
Yeah, let's go ahead and pause then, and I'll come back when we get to that question. How about?
Sure. Thanks for that. And let's see. Sorry. So again, folks, the floor is open. Anybody wants to ask questions? Again, just to understand the proposal a bit better. Let me ask you, Mr. Landrum. So you looked at some you developed some portfolios, and how many different portfolios did you look at?
We looked at 8, I believe, and I think our transmission folks are on the call. They can correct me if I'm wrong, but we had 2 different load forecasts and 4 different portfolios among those load forecasts, so 8 in total.
And
I designed the portfolios that we looked at really to inform the transmission analysis. So we looked for things that were divergent, basically. Yeah. High renewables or low renewables, or high demand response versus generation resources, that sort of thing, to provide some diversity to the transmission analysis to get a wider breadth of possible outcomes.
Okay, so you got these 8 different portfolios and then look at the transmission necessary to support both interconnection and deliverability for those each portfolio. Look at the costs, you get some approximate costs, the transmission related costs associated with that. And then, am I correct that then you come up with a $1 per kilowatt or megawatt value by dividing by the what I suppose the ELCC capacity of the portfolio?
Yeah, we came up with 2 different proposed uses for this study, and this is certainly subject to the litigation. And again, open mind, looking forward to comments on this, and not trying to sell it here. But what we took from the transmission analysis was 2 things. One is just sort of an average cost of transmission that's associated with new generation. So it's essentially the average of the average of the cost of the transmission portfolios divided by the average nameplate of the resources to come up with sort of a median benchmark that this many megawatts of generation might result in this many dollars of transmission investment. And then on an overall portfolio basis. Part of the purpose of public services study was to explore more what came up with out of the last ERP we call the Denver Metro constraint, which essentially is the ability to import disparate generation into the load center, which is basically the Front Range, the Denver Metro area is where the vast majority of our load at least is located. And there's only a limited number of import paths into the load center, and they're relatively highly loaded already. And there creates a bottleneck. So we're looking at the impact of that constraint moving forward, and what the benefit of having generation on either side of that constraint might provide. So a second value that we extracted from the transmission study was the value of beneficial generation on the affected side of the constraint, backfeeding essentially. And we looked at the cases where we had generation on the correct side of the constraint, if you will, versus where we didn't, and looked at the difference in costs primarily associated with those import paths into the metro area, and did the same kind of approach where we looked at the amount of generation that was beneficial divided by the cost savings of adding that generation to come up with a locational value that we're proposing to be using in bid evaluation, depending on how the case proceeds, where generators that are located on the advantageous side of the constraint would receive essentially a credit to that overall transmission cost, or a deduct, if you will, from the fleet average transmission cost for being on the correct side of the constraint.
And those interconnecting outside of the Denver Metro constraint would have an adder based on the imposed costs that you were discussing a few minutes ago.
Yeah, in our proposal, all generators would have a cost, because we're saying that all generators would result in some incremental transmission no matter where you're at. And then the ones that are on the correct side of the cost would also get a credit. So everyone gets the same cost, and the correct side gets a credit that mitigates that cost to a large extent.
Okay, so And then, so this is, would you agree that with the characterization that this is a rough approximation of what actual costs might be, and that it is an advancement over the absence of any approximation?
Yeah, that's a great way to characterize it. I think it's pretty consistent with the way we've characterized it in the case as well. As we're by no means claiming that this is the suggested build out of transmission, this is exactly what the costs are going to be, anything like that, just due to the generic nature of it and the fact that we have, essentially artificially created scenarios that will not be what's actually put in place 5 years from now or 10 years from now. So I think your characterization is spot on, that it's a high level look at outcomes. The cases were clustered relatively tightly together, I think, in terms of costs. So I think there's some value in seeing that. There's a lot of commonalities that would need to occur. But again, it's meant to be a placeholder more than anything else.
Okay, great. I really appreciate the description of that proposal. And I'd like to throw the floor open now for any clarifying questions, but I'd also like to ask folks for if anyone has awareness of how something similar is done elsewhere, if anything similar is done elsewhere. And again, how are there other jurisdictions where the kind of the imposed costs of a proposed or a bid resource gets attributed to that bid resource? And now, I think we need to distinguish a little bit here, because I'm not talking about necessarily, the frequent problem that bids have to, are burdened with the full cost of a transmission line, because they're the ones that are causing that. That really is or at least one of the chicken and egg issues that we face in resource planning. But specifically, the ability to identify the deliverability costs that a specific bid might impose on the system. So those two questions, either clarifying what the public service proposal is, or a description of what is done elsewhere. So with that, Mr. Fitch-Fleischman, please go ahead.
All right, thanks. This is Ben with Interwest. Just a quick clarification. Is there, I'm sure I'm not fully understanding the details, but by giving an adder to resources bid outside the constraint and a credit to resources inside the constraint, that seems potentially prone to some sort of double counting. Why do the resources inside need a credit when the resources outside are already being assigned the cost?
Yeah, good question, Ben. That's part of the thing we're looking forward to conversation on, and honestly, we struggled somewhat internally on deciding which way to go about doing it. The way I think it's relatively straightforward that resources that are on the beneficial side of the constraint provide value. Okay, and it's a matter of quantifying that, which is the challenge. And we think we did that fairly well, given the nature of the analysis we conducted of looking what is the incremental cost difference of a bid that's located on the income side of the constraint versus outside. Where we are open for conversation on this, among other parts, is the assumption that all bids, including the ones on the inside of the constraint, get the cost adder. And you probably could come up with just a simple, this is the cost for a bid outside, this is the cost for the bid inside, without having separate, definitions like that. Just, roll up to the total bottom line number, supposedly. But, in our view, to say that any bid would not have any incremental cost seemed like it didn't make a lot of sense. So our approach, where everyone gets the same generic cost of the whole portfolio average, but then we offset that cost with a credit based on the congestion relief, made sense to us, and that's what our initial proposal was.
I see. So the resources inside the constraint also get the adder. They're getting the benefit.
Yes.
Credit. Okay, got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
So they just basically get less of an adder at the end of the day, because they have a credit that offsets a decent part of it.
So if you have a project that can interconnect within the metro constraint, then your bid gets a leg up.
That's correct.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, two quick questions. First one for Mr. Landrum. How granular is your analysis of the constraint? And it sounds like you're not including any costs for actual interconnection. This is purely transmission to get from substation to load.
Yeah, I can, let me take the second part of it. And I'm gonna, if Drew Siebenoller is still on, I'm gonna turn it over to him to answer the specific transmission modeling question. As far as the POI costs or the interconnection costs, we modeled that within the Encompass software. So that's on the generation planning side. And we have a generic cost adder for that. So it wasn't explicitly studied in the transmission analysis phase of it. We didn't look at like generic bids and seeing if this would have a different, this would require a new substation or this one wouldn't, or, just to the nature of the generic modeling, we didn't go to that level of detail in the phase one. So we didn't include the costs. It was just included as a generic adder to the resource itself in the production costing model. And Drew, you want to talk about the transmission analysis?
Yeah, absolutely. So the analysis that was undertaken for this effort was done on a typical power flow model. So you're using the same type of network topology that you would use in any kind of reliability analysis. Where it starts to differ is the accuracy of location type technology of the resources that we picked and where they went. So you're getting generic locations, types, sizes, capabilities of the inverters if you're using inverter based. So that's going to affect some of the locational aspects like the interconnection costs. But you're absolutely correct that it's looking at network flows and deliverability of those resources.
Thank you. Then I think my next question is actually for Dan. I want to make at some point in these workshops proposal on hosting capacity that could be included in more granularity. When should I talk about that? It looked like maybe this afternoon, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, that lends itself definitely to a discussion we'll be having later today.
Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Wilson, I'm sorry, Mr. Turner, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning again, and thank you, Mr. Landrum, for the presentation. Very interesting. I am still making my way through the GTS, so really this is just a clarifying question and maybe pretty basic. As I understand what you're describing, this allowed you to estimate the total transmission costs of the various plans that were put forward, and I may not be using the right word with plan. What is the operative word in the GTS between scenarios? It's not portfolio.
Yeah, we don't have a good one, and we jump back and forth all the time just to make things incredibly confusing for everybody.
Oh, thank you.
I think we're calling them portfolios in the JTS.
Oh, sure. Okay.
And it's a plan, it's a portfolio, it's a cluster of a group of resources.
Yeah, but there were specific discrete scenarios, portfolios put forward in the
yes.
Even of conceptual resources. So does each of those scenarios / plan have a total transmission cost based on the modeling that you're describing?
Not really. So timing was critical in this JTS. We filed at least one, if not two, extensions for it. It's just challenging. We're quite honestly still right in the middle of executing on the resource plan that came out of the previous resource thing. So just due to timing, we had to do the analysis in parallel. I think in a full ERP, a normal cycle ERP with a big runway up to it, we would definitely do it sequentially, where we generate portfolios in the Encompass software, then pass that over to transmission for them to do the analysis. We just didn't have the time this time. So what we did is we constructed just frankly whiteboard type portfolios that would accomplish the transmission objectives that we wanted to evaluate, so they could be running their analysis in parallel.
Okay, so really the output that you're using from this, beyond the experience of doing the study, which I understand probably provides a lot of insight. But the outputs are these cost to generic resources and adder for those inside the Denver metro constraint. Are those
a credit for the ones that are in the inside of the constraint? The inside of the constraint resources are the good ones, the beneficial ones. They get a credit. Yeah.
Credit. Okay. So that's the primary output, you'd say.
That's correct.
Okay. If it were the other, so the reason I asked the question was if you had total cost for each of these portfolios, then that would be, do you, and I don't know if this is getting too speculative, do you think that that addresses the $2 billion surprise? That this is a way to get at having a fair estimation of what we're looking at when the commission approves a plan to go forward to procurement?
Yeah, I mean, again, trying to be respectful for Mr. Greenberg's instructions, not trying to advocate it for. Yeah, we think it's certainly a step forward. I'm not sure that anyone can argue it's not a step forward. But is it perfect? No. Among other things, like I just spoke about, I mean, it would be ideal to have the sequential approach, like we would probably intend to do for future ERPs. It'd certainly be an enhancement. And just the nature of the generic modeling itself is that, it provides directionality. It hopefully avoids the surprise, so it's not a surprise. Can we tell you if it's going to be $1 billion, $2 billion, or $3 billion? Probably not great. Maybe close to that. That's probably hyperbole. 1.5, 2, or 2.5. Can we tell you that? Or not? Maybe not. But I think it does give some indication to regulators of what would be a likely outcome from the transmission side. And then we still propose to do an actual transmission analysis in the phase 2 as well, that would solidify that even further. It's not going to be CPCN level due to the timing of the 120-day report cycle, but it's sequentially better information as the process goes on, with the ultimate resolution or granularity being in the CPCN filings when the studies are done.
Thank you. And just one last clarifying question on something you brought up, and Mr. Simonelli. Was there bus bar mapping of these conceptual resources? You did need to take it down to that level, didn't you, or no?
So the generic resources they're cited. You could call it bus bar at the bus bar, but they're cited based on generic resource locations. So they're just clustered together in areas of the transmission system.
Okay. My understanding is not perfect or far from it, but I use bus bar synonymously kind of with substation, right? So it's actually geographic. Okay.
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, Drew, but I mean, we did inject them at existing or planned substations. We didn't create a new substation, splitting a CPP line or something like that to do the generation. We just allocated among the existing and planned substations.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for all of that.
And thank you for that discussion. Mr. Wilson, your hand is still up. Is that a legacy, or did you have more to say?
I had a follow-up question. So the ELCC of various resources will be different depending on which side of the constraint they are on. Where is that modeling done? Because I don't cover ERP proceedings, so I'm just curious where that's factored in. Thank you.
Yeah, we did a new resource adequacy study for this JTS as well, which will be part of the litigated case. So we've already filed it and presented it and explained it. In this analysis, we stuck with the kind of the traditional approach where the resource adequacy and reserve margin and ELCC stuff is done on copper sheet. So we didn't factor in locational benefits for ELCCs yet. That would be an enhancement that we could probably simply look at doing in the future time. But as of right now, the ELCCs are the same no matter where you're located.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you. And why don't we take a 10-minute break here and come back at 11:05, and we'll delve into this. Look at what happens in in phase two, but actually, maybe actually before we do that, let me just again ask if anyone has any insight into any methods that are used elsewhere in other jurisdictions to try to do what public service is proposing here. Is anyone aware of a similar process anywhere else? Just looking for anybody to raise their hand, but it may be that either folks don't know one. Yeah, Mr. Siebenoller, please go ahead.
Yeah, just based on our experience in SVP and MISO, they do take a similar approach. They're looking at when they're coming up with the long-term models that they're using, they are looking at more generic resource siting locations. So they're clustering those at major transmission hubs to avoid some complications that come with detailed siting. But generally what you see is things like the MISO LRTP, SPP balanced portfolio, ERCOT CREZ lines. They're generally based on some generic resource location that they're planning to.
So are you suggesting that they come up with numbers that are then used as estimates by the member utilities in resource expansion planning?
Correct. They roll up those plans and they change them from the capacity expansion realm and put them into transmission model, an open transmission model. They go through a stakeholder vetted siting process, which clusters them at certain spots in the transmission system.
I see. Would it be possible for you to provide me with links to one or more of those studies?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. That would be really helpful. All right. Seeing no other hands up, let's take our break now and come back at 11:10. Okay, folks, why don't we reconvene? And before moving on to the next topic, I wanted to say that the way I've been distributing the slides that I'm using in this presentation is in response to folks registering for this video conference, this workshop. And so I saw that some folks just registered this morning, and I just sent you all the slides for your future reference. If there are folks that are on the call that have not gotten the slides, and if you want them, please take a look at the email I sent you out to notify you about this workshop and to register. Click on that registration link. I will see it once we're done here today, and I'll send the slides to you. Also, I'll just note, on this slide, I'm showing that we have two more upcoming workshops on optimizing the existing grid and CEDA's role in statewide transmission planning on November 20th and 25th, respectively. I'm going to do the same thing for those workshops. So if you'd like to get the slides in advance of the workshop, please do register as soon as you get my email. That will be coming. I think my intention is to send out a single email with registration links for both of these workshops. Hope to send that out tomorrow. So the sooner you register for that, the sooner you'll get the slide decks I intend to use for those workshops, which may come in handy in thinking about things you want to say at those workshops. So that's why I raised that. And without further ado, why don't we move along? So we were talking about how to incorporate the cost causation of bids in phase one. Now what I'd like to do is look at what happens, what could be done in phase two. So a few questions here. Is it possible to identify with reasonable accuracy the transmission investment costs imposed by a specific bid in the context of an ERP phase two capacity expansion modeling, including both interconnection and deliverability costs? If not, how can we actually know what the cost implications of a given ERP resource portfolio when we're making selections between portfolios? And then a third question: should we think about extending phase two? I know there's certainly going to be some negatives associated with that, but should we contemplate extending phase two so we can accommodate additional transmission modeling? So for those who aren't familiar with the Colorado ERP process, phase two begins with the issuing the RFP, and then the utilities have 120 days from the bid due date to screen the bids, conduct expansion planning, and develop a set of portfolios. The 120-day report is where the utility presents its preferred portfolio. For folks who have not lived through one, well, it's, I am sure, a very, very challenging period for the utilities, particularly when, as in public services last ERP, you get, I believe it was over 1,000 bids. A lot to go through in a very constrained process. So, we can think about whether it makes sense to extend that process, extend that timeline which is in fact what happened the last time around. Public service asked for some extensions and those were granted. So are there ideas about how these transmission costs might be considered in the phase two process, other than the methodology that Mr. Landrum from Public Service presented before the break? And can adequate power flow modeling of alternative portfolios be conducted in phase two to enable realistic comparisons between the portfolios? So those are my questions, and in a moment I will be, here we go. That's the conversation I hope that we can engage in now. Very interested in people's perspectives. And perhaps I'll ask Mr. Landrum to start with his discussion, what he was going to do earlier about phase two, what public service has proposed in their just transition solicitation, their current ERP, how that would work in phase 2. So, Mr. Landrum, if you please.
Sure, I can get started. I think probably Mr. Siebenthaler will have some material to contribute, and probably Mr. Pascucci as well. But I can get the conversation started. First of all, full cost implications. I think the answer to that is no. There's simply not time to do a full OAT level LGIA or resource solicitation cluster type of study in a reasonable amount of time to provide the required expediency to get the portfolio processed and to get bids selected and abide by the commercial realities of development time and stuff like that. So I think whatever we do in a phase 2 is always going to be an abbreviated version of what would be done in a full RSC or RO type interconnection study. So start there. Another issue with this is I think the challenges of doing it on multiple portfolios is somewhat daunting from the transmission level analysis as well. I think we did one in our last ERP. I think we can I don't know. I'll leave it to the transmission people as to opine on what's reasonably possible there. For the extension of time, Mr. Pascucci can probably comment more. I know we have, in our initial kind of omnibus motion, if you will, for this phase 2, this phase 1, we've requested some additional time be set aside for phase 2, just proactively to accommodate exactly this kind of a thing. Whether it needs to be a rule change that affects the entire state, or if we should leave it on a case-by-case basis where we kind of to see. I mean, obviously the 3 regulated utilities are somewhat different in the state. Even one solicitation from public service to the next, we may not get 1,000 bids this time. So it's I don't know. I think it's up for discussion whether we leave it on a case-by-case basis or actually formally modify the time frame there. I will have one closing comment that I'm not sure if it's going to come up later is relevant here is that there is some discussion on do you do transmission cost at the bid level or at the portfolio level after the fact, or what's done in the bid evaluation process. I'll leave that to you, Mr. Greenberg, whether it's a right time to address that now or if that's going to come up later in the conversation. But I do have some views on the bid evaluation part of transmission analysis. So,
okay. I mean, I think this would be the right time to have that discussion, but I am a little concerned that it is so overlapping with the JTS proceeding that I think I think we can discuss it at a very generic level. Sure. I think if the question is if we're going to have a process by which to attribute transmission related costs, should it be done at the bid level or the portfolio level? I think that's fair game because that is highly relevant, could be highly relevant to, some proposed rules or to, rules that eventually get implemented. So.
Sure. So I'll just be brief and turn it over to my colleagues. I think the way that it's currently being done, where the transmission analysis is done after the portfolios are developed and done on a portfolio basis, and it's essentially a portfolio cost, is the appropriate way to do it and to continue to do it. The challenges, I think there's an opportunity to do a generic type of a bid adder, as we've proposed, quite frankly, that's developed and litigated in phase 1. But to actually do a network upgrade cost for each individual bid, that would be done, that would be part of the evaluation in phase 2 of whether that bid gets selected or not, I think is challenging and frankly, pretty much impossible. The challenge is that, even I'll use a simplistic example. Say we have 5 bids. We could, prior to running portfolio expansion models, we could calculate the network upgrades for all 5 bids individually. It would take time, probably a reasonable amount of time, but it could be done. But then the challenge is that those would be the costs for each bid on a standalone basis. And if we had bid 1 and bid 2, that would not be the sum of the cost of the individual standalone analyses that were done. It would be something different. There could even be a situation where those 2 bids might have the exact same upgrades. And if either bid is selected, those upgrades need to be implemented. But if both bids are selected, those same upgrades would cover both bids. So you would end up with, say, it's a $10 million cost. Bid 1 and bid 2 would be allocated $10 million in bid evaluation, but when they're actually combined in a portfolio, the cost is actually only 10 million, and that should be 5 million each. And that's the kind of problem you run into when you're looking at individual bids. Very, very rarely can you assign specific and discrete network upgrades to a specific bid. There's exceptions, but they are very much the exceptions. I mean, something like the May Valley Longhorn extension, where you either build it or you don't. It depends on if the bids are there. That's kind of an exception. But in general, that's not the way it typically works. So I'll pause there. I see Drew is online, ready to go. So I'll turn it over to him.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. You hit the nail on the head. I think the biggest concern doing serial work like that is just overall inefficiency. Time inefficiency, you're doing the same study over and over again for each one, but really system efficiency. You can't optimize anything for the portfolio. We have seen historically going through generation interconnection cycles, going from serial to clusters, because you get a better result at the end. But also it's a more fair application, because generally what we saw in those serial processes is you'd get bids 1, 2, and 3 through without any upgrades. And then bid 4 comes along, places the straw that breaks the camel's back and gets all of the costs. Because it became so that could have come second and not gotten any cost. And so you get into the iterations of, okay, which path do we take? Which order do we put these in to be able to get to a point where we have the right costs assigned to the right resources in a serial approach? So doing it on a portfolio basis is, from our perspective, the most efficient way to do it, both time and system-wise.
Great, thank you for that. I do want to, again, caution folks, we don't want to get into specifics about how, this might be done in the JTS. Let's keep it at a generic level in our questions and responses and our comments. So with that, Mr. Wilson, go ahead.
Let's do Ryan first.
Oh, fine. Mr. Hubbard, go ahead.
Thanks, Ken, and thanks, Dan. Ryan Hubbard, Tri-State. Generally agree with a lot of what Excel was saying. The biggest challenge I see is, again, to nail down the accuracy of transmission investment costs. The hard part is fundamentally it's outside of the tariff. In tariff studies, you will have higher queue generator interconnection requests and transmission service requests, which can greatly impact the transmission investment that ultimately is required. And so ultimately you can make some assumptions, but until the rubber meets the road and you have to go through the OAT, you're not going to have a high accuracy of transmission investment costs.
Thank you. And Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, so let me make a proposal that would kind of turn this around rather than looking at costs for individual projects. I think about the hosting capacity of, say, a substation. I think right now people know what hosting capacity or what capacity is left for interconnection. They don't probably know as much about the transmission that is available to get to the load. But what if I'm thinking about a couple of years ago, Tri-State did a very nice analysis for a bunch of their substations as to what it would cost to relieve constraints. For example, the substation X has additional capacity of 50 megawatts, but if we add another transformer, that could be 150 megawatts. I wonder if it would be advantageous either in a system or transmission system plan or in 3627 to go a little further into how to increase hosting capacity at substations, and then is it possible to look at or give some estimate of then getting that capacity to the load center? Say we've got another 200 megawatts left to get from this substation to the Denver metro area. Once that's used up, it will cost X more. We've got to do something. So you're not doing it on an individual project or development project by project basis. You're doing it a little more generically. So I wanted to ask the utilities, is there any feasibility? How much would it take and how accurate could you be kind of doing it the other way around? Thank you.
And before I move on to others, I think I do want to provide the opportunity for a response to that specific question. Mr. Hubbard, do you have a response to Mr. Wilson's question?
Yeah, thank you, and appreciate the question. So what Ken's referring to, I think we did about 3 years ago, tied to some upgrades in Eastern Colorado, called an incremental upgrade study. And that was just based upon injecting at specific points or substations on the system. Couple points on that. The shortcoming of that study is you can study individual subs, but with these portfolios, there's more than one project typically, and that's where that's where it gets challenging. Is we can study an individual sub, but you need to look at it holistically because you might have an interconnection at two adjacent subs, and they will interact with one another. And so the hosting capacity at one sub and a minor upgrade there, when you add in with something else elsewhere, combined, it could be a much larger upgrade than maybe what you've captured. So you run into this issue of how many combinations and variations, which can be a hurdle. Something that also kind of sounds like is similar to what's kind of being, I guess, really adopted by utilities as part of Order 2023. As we do our cluster studies in the future, all utilities are required to post a heat map reflecting results from the most recently completed study, which will indicate, hey, is there ability to inject more at this site, or are you going to trigger network upgrades? But again, until you know the suite of projects, it's really hard to narrow down what those upgrades are going to be.
Okay. Thanks very much. I think I want to give Mr. Wilson the opportunity to respond if you'd like.
No, I appreciate what Ryan just said. I would like the utilities to think a little more about that. I mean, I understand exactly what he's saying about, interactions between substations, et cetera. But, is there any way to, thinking of the future, to do a better and more efficient job of predicting where we will need upgrades rather than, waiting on bids and et cetera. So just a bit of a challenge. And I think in our comments, we may suggest some of this. Anyway, thank you.
Great. And I'll just say that in my mind, there's some overlap here with the notion of grid optimization, which is the subject of our workshop on the 20th. Mr. Lair, please introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ron Lair. I'm a member of the CETA board. I want to question the basis of this conversation a little bit, if I can. It seems to me that the effort here is to try to get the costs right so that you can see which projects are the best projects with their transmission cost included. And I think the utilities have made a pretty strong point that that it's hard. That's very hard to do in the timeframes and with the information that you have in the bidding process. It seems to me also that the interconnection process picks up some of that. That projects that go through the interconnection study process and have extraordinarily high costs tend to drop out, but maybe I'm wrong. So, I have some history here, and it goes back to 1999 when we won a case at the PUC that required Public Service Company to sign a contract with what became the Colorado Green Project, the first wind project in the state. Also, we went to the ballot in 2004 and over utility opposition got a 10% by 2015 renewable energy standard. And we also wrote Senate Bill 07-100, which was essentially based on the Texas CREZ model. And it said, build it and they will come. So I have that history. Maybe it's the wrong history or a bad history, but if we're going to move from do-it-yourself transmission, where every wind project on the Eastern Plains brought its own transmission at developer cost of capital, to a system where we have utilities building the transmission at their cost of capital and providing a benefit to consumers by making that switch, and hopefully having a more consistent and well-planned transmission system so that it's ready to go when the development is required. If we're going to move from do-it-yourself to build it and they will come, isn't the policy driving the costs here? You don't want developers running around the countryside picking up projects that have high development costs and big transmission requirements and loading those through the system on consumers unnecessarily. I get that. But if we do careful planning and get the signals right, as Maury was saying, to developers to say, over here, over there, that's where you want to build, that's where the transmission's going to be, then I think we're doing the right thing, and that's driven by policy. So the cost causer here, from a narrow-minded regulatory perspective, is the policy, and it tells the utilities to build it and they will come. So trying to fuss too much about which project has a little bit more or a little bit less transmission costs in that setting, particularly where the interconnection process picks up some of that detail, it just seems to me like a bit of a fool's errand. So I guess my question is, why are we talking about this?
Well, I'll take a stab at that since I'm the one that posed these questions. But I think it's the answer is evidenced by what Public Service has proposed in its JTS. I agree with you, Mr. Lair. We don't want to go backwards to the day where, in my opinion, where IPPs were building their own transmission for their own, purpose built for their own projects. Very expensive way to do it from a societal perspective. On the other hand, we have the experience of the Clean Energy Plan proceeding, Public Service's last ERP, where we got this $2 billion surprise. So, my motivation for these questions, I hope it's fairly obvious, is to investigate how we can avoid doing something similar again, because that is an unpleasant experience, I think, for everyone. We'd like to know, as we're selecting resources, which are going to, and perhaps it's at the portfolio level, but how can we encourage, and I do have some very specific questions about this later on, probably after lunch, but how can we provide the information to bidders so that they know where to cite resources that are going to have lower costs imposed on the transmission system? So I'm going to ask Mr. Lair, is that responsive to your point, or am I still missing something?
Well, I guess I'd respond this way, Dan. If you have a well-planned, future-oriented build-out of of transmission in the state that anticipates the resources and the policies that are driving it, don't you minimize the potential for the bad surprise that's concerning you so much? So, you know, I don't see the answer to that tinkering at the bid evaluation level. The answer to that seems to me to be upstream at the state level planning level instead. So if you had an adequate state level planning outcome that showed developers where to go at least cost, isn't that a better solution than trying to figure it out after the bids are in?
Well, from my perspective, certainly, I think that's very true. The ideal is to have an optimized state level plan that incorporates lots of different things. We don't have that currently, and I hope that we are moving in that direction. And I do think that this broaches on a subject that we'll take up in detail on the 25th at the workshop on CETA's role. At present, my perception is we have an initial study of state needs, but we're still a long way from anything that could be termed an optimized statewide transmission plan. But I totally agree that's the right place to move. From my perspective, in the meantime, and perhaps even after there's a statewide plan, there will continue to be better and worse places for additional generation to locate that will have better or worse implications, for incremental transmission investment. That's my perspective, and happy to hear from others on that or other ways. Again, I'm still interested if anybody has any insight into whether or how this is done elsewhere. Yeah, Mr. Turner, you've been waiting for a while. Please go ahead.
Thanks. First, I wanted to address the question 4 on this page, 2, 3, 4. The third one down. That is just to put on the record, as it were, that anything that extends that period on phase 2 would be problematic from a number of perspectives I know, but one in particular is the bidders putting in a bid and then waiting, what can it be, almost a year before they find a decision is excessive, and bids grow stale or outdated completely, and that leads to some of the troubles we're experiencing now. So to answer that one, I think it's problematic, and also to hear the utilities perspective that may be downright infeasible to conduct analysis of each bid before putting together a portfolio. And so then I think I'm in some ways echoing what Mr. Wilson and Ron Lair and yourself said about statewide transmission planning. And I wanted to make a connection in my previous discussion of zonal planning between the planning then and the procurement stage. I just touched on it briefly, but one way to address this then is that those bids that come in that are in alignment with, using the phrase in alignment with broadly and needs definition, but bids that come in to those places where transmission has been planned have a adder, some bonus in the bid evaluation process. That's one transparent way to reflect that upstream planning that was done. Another note here is with that statewide planning, then transmission developers have transparency into what Mr. Wilson described as the hosting capacity of both existing and planned capacity, so that those bids that come in are likely to be in alignment, are more likely to be in alignment. But last thing I'll say on that is you're still leaving open the principle of open access. If a developer comes in with a better idea, of the resource value, even with additional transmission cost, or has a different perspective that they can prove out on the transmission costs that may be incurred, et cetera. Whatever it is that is the ingenuity of the individual developer, you've still left open that door for those other bids to come in. I think that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. And Mr. Neal, please go ahead.
This is Chris Neal at UCA. One of the key things I think we've kind of been talking about is there is a rule that says utilities are supposed to provide the interconnection capacity at their substations. That's Rule 3608, and Piesco absolutely refuses to comply with that rule. They said, well, it all changes. You put project here and project there, but they need to make a reasonable set of assumptions. And we realize, as Ken Wilson said, that if you put something one place and then another project next nearby, it's going to change the interconnection capacity. We understand that. But the developers need an initial estimate of how much can be put at one place. And I think some proposals to even say that's not just how much with no development, but if you add, as Ken said, another transformer, how much more could you get at that? But they need to comply with Rule 3608. That's a fundamental necessity for an ERP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neal. Okay. So, and I do, we will be having a discussion later this afternoon about the, if I got this right, the characterization of available capacity on transmission assets. I am not seeing any more hands up here, so I think I will move on to our next subject. Before I do, just wanted to say the next slide I'll show, and then some after. We'll probably break for lunch fairly soon. But the next slide or two have regard potential changes to Colorado's ERP rules on transmission. And again, for the benefit of those who aren't familiar with these rules, I'll just state that they're very extensive, and I'm not going to go over them in detail here. But again, if you're interested in looking into them, you can click the link on this slide. And I'm very happy to, if you have questions if there's something that's unclear, you'd like to understand the rules a little, or a piece of the rules a little better in real time, you're very welcome to raise your hand and ask your question, and we'll answer it. With that, the next subject, this is actually a really similar subject. I wanted to put this proposed rule in front of you. These would be 3605D and 3608D. So 3605 is specific to Tri-State. 3608 applies to public service in Black Hills. So these rules detail the transmission-related requirements of an ERP application. The red line that I have here requires utilities to incorporate both interconnection deliverability and related transmission costs when evaluating bids. That's not currently in there. We've already talked about what's possible here, and I hear the utility saying it's really impractical or impracticable to actually accurately reflect those costs on specific bids. So I am guessing that the utilities are going to kind of object to what I'm proposing here. I guess this is what Mr. Neal was referring to. I think you said Rule 3608, and it is something that is currently in the rules, that utilities have to consider the costs imposed on the system by individual bids. I have not been around the block enough to understand the degree to which they do or do not. It does appear that, I know that the utilities do incorporate the interconnection, some measure of interconnection costs as they review bids, and that does go into the cost associated of a given individual bid. But beyond that, perhaps maybe it's unrealistic to ask the utilities to do more than that because of for the reasons that Mr. Hubbard and it's escaping me now who it was that was speaking on behalf of public service, but the things that they discussed. So, Mr. Hoffner, I see your hand up. Please go ahead. Hefner, I should say.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll start by saying that Tri-State already largely does this. Tri-State requests from bidders an estimate of interconnection costs, reviews that estimate for sort of general reasonableness, and then uses the estimate in modeling. So I don't know that we have a lot of heartburn about this language other than to make clear that the costs are estimated and that they are provided by bidders, not necessarily generated by the utility.
But Mr. Hefner, that's just one piece of the puzzle, right? I mean, bids, again, as we saw very clearly in the Public Service Clean Energy Plan, bids do impose what may be, not bids, but actual resources can impose very significant costs unrelated to their interconnection costs, very significant transmission costs. And that's what I was getting to with my red line here. The ideal being, in an ideal world, we would like to know exactly what that solar plant or that wind plant is going to cost us in transmission. And I think you're just talking about the interconnection costs.
I would defer to Mr. Hubbard on what's included in that estimate. But my understanding is that the interconnection cost, it would include, the transmission upgrades necessary to bring the project online, and maybe Mr. Hubbard can correct me. And just to be clear, we are discussing the rule that's up on the screen right now, right?
That's correct. Yeah. So yeah, Mr. Hubbard, please chime in.
Thank you. And thanks, Dietrich. We do factor in, or we do our transmission evaluation. We look at those upgrade costs, including not only the cost to interconnect, but also to physically deliver it out of that area, because we have some areas of our system where interconnection is relatively cheap. Moving that generation out of the area is really where the costs escalate quickly. And so we can't look at it purely from an interconnection standpoint when we evaluate the estimates provided by bidders.
Okay, before you sign off, Mr. Hubbard, I want to follow up because I'm a little bit confused now. Because what I thought I heard earlier was that, you got this problem of attributing upgrade costs to individual bids because you might you might attribute those same costs to multiple bids and therefore really overestimate the actual cost to the system. So, and now what I think I'm hearing from both you and Mr. Hefner is that actually, no, we can identify the transmission costs, the full transmission costs that a bidder will impose.
No, I guess the costs are not high certainty costs. What I'm saying is when we evaluate a bid, if I see a bid that says, hey, I can interconnect in this location for $1 million. However, we know just from existing study work, to interconnect in that location will be $500 million of upgrades. Obviously, I'm using an extreme example. And they're not factoring that in. We make sure that's penciled in because we have existing studies that we can rely upon, knowing that, hey, if you're interconnecting here, here's what it's going to take to get it out of that region. The issue is that is an isolated location on our system. We have a couple locations like that. More broadly, more generally speaking, across the system, that's where it starts running into the issue of it's a portfolio of projects. Combined, they can trigger much larger upgrades that's where the uncertainty really comes in. To the extent we can rely on existing studies, and for clarity, the area I'm most specifically talking about is northeast of Mexico. To interconnect anything down there will trigger massive upgrades. And so in those scenarios, we have existing study work we can rely upon. And we're not going to get more than one project down there conceivably. And so that's where there's scenarios where you could have a little bit more certainty on a ballpark idea, and other scenarios where it is highly dependent on the portfolio of projects that are already in the queue and so forth. And so it's kind of a mixed bag.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
If I could just add, I think the other way that Tri-State has used that sort of high level existing study work is in its RFPs that go out as part of phase 2. It does provide guidance, sort of general guidance to bidders on locations that are more or less favorable from an interconnection standpoint, and try and guide them toward the places where there is interconnection capacity, or at least less expensive upgrades.
Have you used like a heat map in the past to do that, or is that only a prospective thing?
It's more in the it's more of a recommended locations type of document, although I know there will be, as part of FERC compliance, a heat map that is eventually to be published on Tri-State's website.
Okay, got it. Yeah, Mr. Landrum, please go ahead.
Sorry, a lot of buttons to click. Just in general, I think the clarification is fine to add. I would say that I think it's possibly redundant. I mean, we're already required to consider transmission costs, and I view your ad as really just more clarifying what some of those costs could be. And I would encourage you to, as you've already stated, to take the feedback that the utilities have provided into perhaps softening the language somewhat, or recognizing the quality of information that would be available in the bid evaluation process. And also the portfolio nature of the network upgrade portion of this. I think the interconnection can be reasonably estimated on a per bid basis, but the network upgrades, it's more often than not, it is difficult to do, even to provide a portfolio cost to the commission and say, if we didn't do this bid, this would be the different costs, would be very problematic to do into an evaluation period.
So, so then perhaps you'd like to see some language in here in these rules where we're asking for cost information on a portfolio basis.
Agreed, and also, some way of softening the language. I don't want this to turn into an expectation that we're going to provide CPCN quality cost estimates for any of this stuff in a phase 2. And where that serves as all of a sudden it's now a proxy that we're somewhat being held to in future proceedings, just to the nature of this. And as the Tri-State folks mentioned, once you go through the queue process, you've got bids, you've got studies, DICES clusters that are ahead of these bids that will change the cost profiles. And there's just really no way to have a firm stand behind number developed in a phase 2 process for transmission.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Rambo, please go ahead.
Yeah, Trevor Rambo with Black Hills Energy. I just want to agree with what's already been said. Black Hills has included transmission costs in their bid evaluation process. Just want to make sure and highlight that there's uncertainty with those estimates, just because we can't predict what impact other projects in the cluster study, the FERC cluster study project, will have on those costs, because FERC Order 2023 requires that the projects share network upgrade costs based on proportional impact. So just wanted to agree with what has already been said.
Great, appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Hi, thanks. I wanted to put it on the table and perhaps invite for feedback an alternative formulation to this based on what you've already heard me talking about today. So I don't think this will come as a surprise. But what if your language here referred to the in alignment language with statewide planning? So the utilities consideration of costs imposed by the bids shall discuss how the portfolio is in alignment with the transmission planning conducted and transmission under development conducted according to a statewide planning framework, right? And if there are, and describe how there are differences, things not in alignment, divergences from that statewide plan and what cost implications that might have. So it is a way to reference back to a statewide transmission planning regime, if we had one, noting that we don't, to get at this individual cost impact of the portfolio that's being put forward.
Very good. I like that, and I do. In our last workshop, we talked a little bit about the need to demonstrate that a given transmission plan is in alignment with the studies. The proposal that I put forward is demonstrate that a given transmission plan is in alignment with needs identified by CETA and others, either locally or regionally. So what do folks think about that? So I think what you're suggesting, Mr. Turner, is that to the degree that the transmission proposed to support an ERP, is this what you're saying? To the degree that transmission plan is in alignment with, or at least not in opposition to the state plan, that are you suggesting that those? Yeah, I don't want to. Please go ahead.
I can correct right there. I'm saying procurement. So we're talking about bid evaluation here. No, sorry. In order to equitably compare possible resource alternatives, the utility, blah, 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 shall show that the resources selected or the proposed portfolio aligns with a statewide transmission planning. It could even be aligns with their transmission plan, right? That the selected portfolio aligns with capacity already in service or planned. Therefore, the network upgrade costs. This is another piece of evidence that the network upgrade costs are going to be lower.
I see. Okay. Let me just think about that. The statewide plan that we're talking about, which again doesn't yet exist, and hopefully we'll have something like that in the future. That is the ERP resources selected in the ERP could be wildly different from the assumptions that went into the development of that statewide transmission plan. It could. I mean, hopefully, that plan would be prescient and would really do a good job of understanding where there's commercial interest, where there's higher value resources available for developers to develop, and that would adequately or accurately predict where transmission ought to be built to support those resources. But I don't know that the commission could require that the ERP portfolio, the portfolio selected out of an ERP, aligns necessarily with that statewide transmission plan. I mean, hopefully it would, but I don't know that the commission can mandate that the ERP portfolio aligns with that. I think that's what I was trying to say. So before I go to Mr. Galbraith, Mr. Turner, any Any
Right,
response?
let's take it down a level and say that it is an individual utilities transmission plan, that they have shown capacity to the resources that they predict will be developed in the planning horizon. They have in service or plan to build transmission to accommodate those resources that they predict will arrive within the planning horizon. Therefore, then, so that's A. In B, you now have a portfolio that they're putting forward and shows that it aligns with the transmission plan that is being developed to accommodate resources in the future. And you're basically saying this resource fits within that vision. These resources are showing up in the same kind of places as we predicted in that transmission plan. Therefore, we anticipate that we have enough transmission in development that will accommodate these resources because they are in alignment with the resources developed according to our company transmission plan. I think that framework works. And then you can take that back up a level and say, if the company transmission plan is in alignment with the statewide plan, then by the transitive property, you've got the individual resource plan in alignment with that statewide plan. That, I think, is the framework that I was describing.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense. So I appreciate that clarification, and I appreciate that verbal algebra. You're taking us back to high school, I guess. Okay. Thanks very much for that. And Mr. Galbraith, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dan. And I think Brian just made some of the clarifying points that I wanted to chime in with. But I think conceptually, you're being confronted with two alternatives here, right? You've got XL and others arguing that that we need to charge bidders an adder for deliverability, and everybody pays the adder, except there might be some credit to people that are sort of within the on the right side of the congestion, right? And so there's some sort of credit to those that are in that good zone, right? On the other hand, you have Brian Turner and others suggesting, look, why don't we do a statewide plan? Why don't we signal where we're going to be building transmission? And if a bidder is aligned with where we're signaling that transmission is going to be constructed, then there's no adder, there's no, they're in alignment. There's hosting capacity for that generation. It's only if you propose something that's divergent. If you propose to build a generator that's in a location that is inconsistent with that plan, then you'd have to start considering upgrade costs and adders and all of that. But conceptually there are two different approaches, right? One, everyone pays except for people that are on the right side of the zone. The other one is it's an in alignment approach, and they're conceptually different, and so just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, and I'd like to make a clarification too, because my perception, and public service, I'm sure, will correct me if I've got this wrong. My perception is that they're not actually contemplating charging bidders. These are just cost adders and credits that would go into the resource expansion planning. Ultimately, the costs are paid by the ratepayer. But I think that they weren't actually, as far as I understand, suggesting that these costs would actually be something that the IPPs would pay.
That's correct. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Great. Let's see. Any more discussion on this question about imposing costs and on bids in phase two, or perhaps validating that a given bid fits into the transmission plan that is ideally aligned with the state plan. Mr. Hefner.
Yeah, 2 points. One is just to agree on the use of the costs that are assigned in modeling, that they're not then sort of paid by the bidders directly. And the second is just to make sure we don't lose sight of the fact that transmission is one of many factors that's considered in phase two in terms of evaluating bids. And we certainly wouldn't want to get into a position where transmission plans or transmission availability was dictating or was even sort of the primary factor in determining which bids will be successful. There's obviously many other factors that go into that analysis.
But would you agree with the idea that, or the concept that that you want to encourage bidders to propose interconnection in locations that are, consistent with the transmission plan, a broader transmission plan? And again, I guess I understand that historically Tri-State has planned transmission in reaction to generation. I think all utilities have done that historically. We've got a bit of a changing environment these days. So
yeah, I think we generally agree with the encouragement, maybe with the asterisks that the the real value there is encouraging projects that can interconnect at a competitive price.
Great. All right. Well, thanks very much for this this discussion. I am not seeing any more hands up, and it's lunchtime. So let's go to lunch and be back at. I think we can be back at 1 o'clock. Thanks very much. See you later. for anyone that's out there currently, I see that I had this slide up showing that we were going to restart at 1:20. I had think I mentioned before the break that we were coming back at 1 o'clock. I wonder if there's someone listening who can either validate or refute whether I actually indicated we'd be coming back from lunch at 1 o'clock.
Ken, you did do that. And your slide that's up says 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it says 1 now. That's because I just edited it a minute ago.
Oh, okay.
So I edited the one in green on the left there, but I failed to edit the big number at the top. So I'm just wondering now about whether to resume or wait until 1:20. Tell you what, if you can hear my voice, please raise your hand, and we'll see who's there. It's looking pretty good. Seems like just about everybody. Okay, not everybody though. Let's see who we're missing. Okay, we are missing. I'm going to wait another 5 minutes. I'm going to do another poll like this. Please, everyone, put your hands down for the time being. And let's wait 5 minutes. I'll ask the same question, and then we'll see if we're going to move forward or wait a little bit longer. Sorry about that. Okay, folks, before the break, I think I stated that we would resume at 1 o'clock, but then during the break, I left up this slide that until recently said we'd resume at 1:20. So a bit of confusing, I gave some confusing directions there. So just to see who we've got, I would ask everyone that can hear my voice, please raise your hand and I'll take a look and see if anybody's missing. And leave them up there until I ask you to take them down so I don't miss you. All right, well, we have almost everybody, I'm happy to say. So I think we're going to go ahead and move forward. And why don't we start? So please, thank you, take your hands down. And before we jump into providing transmission and cost information to bidders, I do want to ask if anybody has anything they want to comment, but I'm still seeing 3 hands up from a few people. So here, I'm gonna lower your hands for you. I think I can do that. Great. So let me ask is there anybody that would like to comment on anything that we discussed this morning? Any kind of on any of the issues we discussed this morning? Raise your hand and we can talk about that some more. Okay, seeing none, let's move on. So one thing I think a lot of people learn from the public services clean energy plan is that where a resource interconnects can have profound impacts on transmission costs. We've already been discussing this today. So I thought it'd be useful to discuss what utilities can do to encourage interconnection in locations that minimize transmission costs, as we talked about fairly extensively this morning. So the question here is, how can utilities identify and encourage bidders to propose interconnection in locations where subsequent investment in the transmission system will be minimized? So again, we already talked about this a fair amount. The specific question I have is, I know that FERC order, was it 2023 that requires, I think it's 2023 that requires utilities present heat maps of their system to identify locations where transmission is constrained or where there's a lot of excess, where there's excess capacity that might be a better place to interconnect a new generator. Is that going to be a sufficient information or for an IPP, or is there more that could be done? And so I had a red line, and I think this red line may suffer from some of the same concerns that were expressed this morning about the ability to identify deliverability related costs for a specific resource. But it also, I think what we heard, the proposal we heard from Public Service this morning may be a step in addressing this, maybe a way to address what I'm trying to address here, which is, how you identify where it's beneficial for IPPs to interconnect and where it's going to be more costly. So there, I think my questions are in front of you, and I see that Mr. Wilson, you have your hand up. So please go ahead.
Well, I think I'll go back to what I discussed a little bit this morning, and that is, I think it would be beneficial for utilities to show, at least to a first order clarity, what or how much it would cost to relieve some or many of the constraints at each substation. Now, I understand and I agree that, this might in some cases provide information that isn't exactly accurate because of interactions with other substations, but I think it would be better than nothing. So I'd like to propose that as at least a place to start a discussion. Thank you.
Question I have about that is, that would require, am I correct that would require a fairly extensive study of each substation?
Yeah, but I think that the utilities know most of it already. They just don't publish it. They know, they keep data on like when a transformer is going to be at capacity and how much, how many megawatts are left of capacity, blah, blah, blah. And then what would it cost to put in a new one, et cetera, et cetera. I think I'm not sure that's that hard to do. As I said, and as Tri-State confirmed, they did a study like that on a number of their substations 3 years ago. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Hefner, I don't know if that was something you wanted to reply to or if you're just, but either way, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna agree with you that I think this implicates some of the concerns that Mr. Hubbard spoke about earlier. The thing I would add to his earlier points is this would be particularly difficult for bids that are not connecting to Tri-State's transmission system, right? We accept bids that are going to interconnect to other utilities' transmission systems. And certainly we wouldn't be in a terrific position to give costs for systems that aren't our own.
But if that were the case, wouldn't it be incumbent on that third-party transmission owner to reflect those costs to the IPP accurately, and that those costs would be incorporated into the bid?
Well, I'm just looking at the rule language here that would have the utility whose resource plan it is. I think as I read this, providing in the RFP estimates for interconnection and delivery at all of the places that bidders might want to bid.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But again, in terms, if a developer was proposing a bid connecting out, on somebody else's transmission, they would face delivery charges, right?
Yeah, and so, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I guess, are you suggesting that accepting the energy out over that third-party transmission line might itself impose additional transmission costs that wouldn't be reflected? Is that what you're saying?
No, my point is a simpler one, just that Tri-State won't be in a great position to provide information on the cost of interconnection to, for example, a substation that belongs to public service. And the way that we handle it right now is we ask bidders to supply cost estimates to us as to the cost of interconnection. I think Mr. Hubbard described that the bidder provides the cost estimate, Tri-State reviews it for sort of reasonableness, and then it gets incorporated into the modeling. So providing, as I read this rule language, providing it all before the fact, I think could be challenging.
Okay, understood. Do you have anything to say regarding Mr. Wilson's suggestion of providing the cost to relieve capacity constraints at every substation?
Yeah, I would need to defer to Mr. Hubbard on whether and to what extent that information actually is available, but I think his earlier point still stands that all of this is quite interdependent, and it is difficult to say without knowing all of the other things that are going to happen what the costs are for a particular project in a particular place. And I see Mr. Hubbard has his hand up, so I will let him say that more articulately than I did.
Great. Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Hubbard.
Thank you, Dietrich. Yeah, Dietrich worded it quite well. I mean, fundamentally, the ask is, hey, what upgrades are required to interconnect in a given location? It's no secret that a lot of developers submit interconnection requests in very similar locations, and we do those studies under our tariff. And when we do those tariff studies, we identify the upgrades required to alleviate limitations on the system, and those study reports are posted on our Oasis site. And so, I mean, to an extent, for some locations, the information is already out there, because the level of upgrade also is dependent upon the size of the projects. To go and look at each individual point of interconnection or potential point of interconnection would be a significant lift, because then you have to identify, okay, are we looking at every sub, every point on a line, what size of projects? There's a lot of variables to turn in. The workload could increase dramatically. And to the extent something got published saying, hey, here's what this is what it's going to take to upgrade the system, it could go one step farther in that they might hold us to that and say, well, you told me it would be this. And it's like, no, that was one location. You have to look at the system more holistically. And there's all these other upgrades that are going to get triggered. Again, but to an extent, a lot of that information is already published on our Oasis site in public study reports, and will also then be visually represented in a heat map.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Wilson, I think you wanted to chime in again.
Yeah, so let me reply. I understand all of that. But I thought the heat map really showed existing capacity. It doesn't really show, oh, you know, if another $10 million for another transformer would relieve this to some extent. And of course, you would have to caveat anything that's published with this type of information that there are dependencies that are not represented, blah, blah, blah. I'm just thinking that we should really consider the next step in providing information. I don't think we should out of hand reject it just because it's difficult, and it is a little iffier, of course, than what they can see now. And also, you know, sure, you could look through a lot of studies on the site, but if it was put in one place, that would be better, I would think. Anyway, thanks.
Mr. Wilson, I wonder if this is a friendly amendment to what you're suggesting. Rather than asking utilities to do that for every potential interconnection point on the existing system, what if we ask them to do what you're suggesting in locations where there's known commercial interest, and that and for which there is not currently a study?
Sure. I mean, you know, we could discuss how to do that based on, say, the CETA study or whatever else we thought was appropriate, of course.
Any other feedback on that proposal or on the proposed red line you see in front of you here? All right, well, it looks like we're going to probably be getting out of this session a bit early today.
You flashed up some questions earlier, but then flashed them back down. So yes. Didn't we see those?
It was an errant mouse click. So okay. I'm going to click my mouse right now, and nothing happens. Here we go. So I wanted to take up the issue how to best direct bidders to locations that minimize transmission costs. Okay, we've already been doing that. So this is this first question here is in reaction to comments made, I think I'm pretty sure it was by Public Service. And they were, comments in this docket, and I've heard similar comments from Public Service or other utilities that pretty much say the same thing, that it's very difficult to pin down a single static capacity availability on any given line. So I guess I want to provide the opportunity for the utilities to maybe discuss that. I don't know the degree to which participants in this call agree with that, disagree with it, or understand it. I think and I don't want to put words in Public Service's mouth. I think what they're saying is that you've got a high degree of variability in both load and now generation, and the combination leads to a rapidly varying availability of capacity on the line. And so my second question is here is that if that's the reality, how will these heat maps that FERC Order 2023 requires address that difficulty? So let me first ask if there's anyone on the call that would like to have a kind of a further discussion of the problem that the utilities are claiming here, or at least Public Service. I don't recall if Black Hills or Tri-State made the same claim, but if there's anyone that wants, would appreciate a kind of a more detail on that, why don't you raise your hand now? And I am not seeing anybody. So then I'll ask, utilities how they plan on complying with FERC Order 2023 and whether they think those heat maps will provide value. Yeah, Mr. Hubbard, please go ahead.
So for whether the heat maps will provide value, FERC was pretty clear in the order that an all-red heat map provides value. In short, they're meant to visually represent what we are observing in our cluster studies each year to better inform interconnection customers of where upgrades will very likely be required, in that it's red, or not required, i.e. there's some amount of available interconnection capacity. And so the heat maps, again, Tri-State will comply with the order as a jurisdictional entity, and we'll have that posted in accordance with our tariff. So I guess it really comes to developers how much value they're going to see out of it. The challenge I personally have on it is just, again, it's representative of a glimpse in time, and you can have a lot of other projects either jump into the queue or drop out of the queue that will materially change the results. And so it really is providing a snapshot. And so the long-term accuracy will be interesting to see over time how accurate or representative they are of reality when future requests are submitted.
Thanks for that. Am I correct in thinking that FERC requirement applies not only to Tri-State, it applies to all transmission owners, doesn't it?
Don't want to speak for non-jurisdictional entities. Obviously Tri-State, Excel, Black Hills are all jurisdictional. We'll have to comply with it. Non-jurisdictional entities typically have a reciprocity out on file at FERC. But I don't believe that is always necessarily the case. Again, we have to go into every utility to figure that out. But in the end, most non-jurisdictional entities will comply with the FERC order But again, you have to go, I guess, talk to those utilities to determine their approach.
Okay, thanks. A couple more questions here. Could we use some kind of statistic, given that these available capacities, constantly varying? Is there a statistical approach that has been or could be used to characterize a line's capability, like a hosting capacity, from a statistical approach? And then also, can variation in line capacity availability be mitigated by using energy resource rather than network resource interconnection agreements? And along those same lines, are IPPs interested in energy resource interconnections? So yeah, Mr. Wilson, please go ahead.
Would it be helpful if COSA and Interwest surveyed our members who are doing large projects on these questions and get back to you? Because, I frankly don't know the answer. I have some anecdotal answers that I could give, but I hesitate to do that. Seems like we should really get better information from the people who are actually impacted.
Yeah, sure. I mean, personally, I think that would be a very useful thing to do, something that I would think that both COSA Interwest and any other, individual IPP or industry group would want to know. Because, if there is interest in that kind of interconnection and the willingness to curtail with foreknowledge of, the statistical availability on the given line, that might be of interest. Yeah, Mr. Hubbard.
Thanks, Dan. So for that, kind of speak to the ERES versus NRES question. This is a topic we speak with developers frequently on. I mean, ultimately, ERES versus NRES. This is the case with, I know, Tri-State and believe other utilities in the Rocky Mountain region. It really just changes your fundamental assumptions in the study. Network resource or NRES service typically is a more stressed system. It's a higher level of service. ERES usually will allow some form of redispatch to interconnect. The key point, though, is whether a project has NRES or ERES, it does not grant deliverability or transmission service. Those are separate services under the tariff. And so there is no material value today getting NRES versus ERES. There are steps some utilities are taking, more specifically Southwest Power Pool, to try to provide an additional level of value to NRES. They're developing a product called NRES Plus, which will allow projects that get NRES effectively to get deliverability to an area of their system without having to go through a transmission service study. And that's under development, but they plan on getting that rolled out within the next year or two, is my understanding. They're working on transitioning towards that right now. And so, I mean, fundamentally what this boils down to in the end is going through the interconnection queue is the key. That's where you get the cost certainty. That's where you can get interconnected. All the analysis done as part of an ERP outside of that, it's going to be based on some amount of assumptions, but until you go through the process into the tariff, that's when things really get locked in.
All right. Well, I think you have then exposed my ignorance and perhaps others on the call. My perception was that an ERES connection was one that was available. I mean, kind of an as available connection, and NRES was more of a guaranteed deliverability. And you're saying that that is not the case. And I guess maybe it would be helpful, Mr. Hubbard, if you could take just a few minutes and just define these terms, if you're willing.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, you're correct. ERES, as defined in the tariff, is, allows to inject on the system on an as available basis. And so, which is when Tri-State does an ERES study, we redispatch generators in the area. In that, hey, if all of the other resources in the area are offline, could you theoretically inject into the system? Yes or no? And more times not, if you turn off all the generators in the system, unless you grossly oversized your unit, it could be accommodated. And so an ERES project typically is only identified, or the only costs usually identified for an ERES project are to interconnect.
Okay.
So then they can go for deliverability, going through the transmission service study process. For an NRES product, we will severely stress the system and operate under the assumption that it will be a network resource on the system. The challenge is when you look at the size of the footprint, at least with Tri-States, to study deliverability to every network customer on our system, we would have to evaluate how do we get that generation down to southern New Mexico or the western slope or Wyoming. We have such a large footprint that we will stress the system, but until we know physically where that generator is going to get to, we cannot evaluate deliverability. Fundamentally, if your system is a nice little bubble where, yeah, you can stress and know it's going to be delivered within this little bubble, it works out well in that NRES could imply some amount of deliverability within the bubble. But as soon as you break your system apart and it's covering a large geographic area, that's where the deliverability challenge comes into play. And why I think FERC went to the point of stating very clearly in every LGIP that, hey, interconnection service does not grant deliverability, doesn't constitute a transmission service reservation. You have to go through a separate process for that to guarantee deliverability.
Okay, really appreciate that explanation. I want to ask you, Mr. Hubbard, if yeah, my third bullet here, third question is, about a statistical approach. And, maybe this is another ignorant question because this is not something that I've, studied before, but, and can the available capacity on a line be presented in, a statistical manner such that, you have a bidder could know the likelihood of being able to sell, X megawatt hours or gigawatt hours into the system in a given year.
So, that's getting into more production cost modeling. But ultimately, like for example, in Eastern Colorado with wind, if it's windy in Burlington, it's probably going to be windy everywhere in Eastern Colorado. And so that's the fundamental challenge is they can look at wind profiles. Again, I'm not a developer. I can't speak to, but I would presume that they have the capability to see the wind characteristics in Eastern Colorado and knowing, okay, if that wind farm over there is here and here and here, if mine's at 80% output, so are theirs. And fundamentally, when FERC wrote OAT processes, it wasn't from the standpoint of, hey, I'm going to operate on a variable basis. It's like a dispatchable resource. And so you don't do an OAT-related study saying, hey, the output could be 30% 5% of the time and 50% 10% of the time and 80% 1% of the time. You study it at full output. And most utilities will do some amount of assumptions with renewable energy resources. For example, Tri-State some people refer to as VERDA, variable energy resource dispatch assumptions. You will utilize some of those assumptions for consistency's sake to identify upgrades. But from a statistical approach, I struggle to see, I struggle to see how that's going to provide much value because in the end, all these power flow studies are done in a static model. It's not production cost modeling.
Okay, got it. Thanks for that. Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, let me just follow on to what Ryan said, because it's been a question of mine for quite a while. Does it develop, what level of surety or deliverability does a developer need in order to get financing? That's the real question, because if they're only going to get service that where they can provide 60% instead of 100% or 80%, they may not be interested at all. And it does involve, as Ryan said, both components, NRIS, ERIS, and deliverability, or NITS, or lower quality deliverability service. So that's something I would like to ask some of the developers about, what they can accommodate or what they need for financing, for sure. Anyway, that's one question that I think we really need to know the answer to. Thank you.
All right. Yep. Good question for the COSA membership for sure, I think. Mr. Neal.
I think one of the important things we need to think about here is the sharing of transmission between wind and solar. You may have a transmission line out east that's completely full of wind, but can you also put a solar project on it? Because wind and solar don't usually peak at the same time. They usually aren't both high. And your statistical question is a really good one, because how much of the time would a solar project get curtailed on a line that's where the wind has the priority to use that transmission line? Is it 5%? Is it 10%? Can you make a competitive bid assuming 5 or 10% of curtailment? And this is kind of the ERS question is, yeah, you get connected to ERS, but then you need to be able to have transmission service on an as available basis as well. It makes no sense to have ERS interconnection and then say you have to have firm transmission. You need to have an as available transmission service as well. And that's just like I was saying, if you've got the line full of wind, then you need to have as available transmission service for the solar.
Thank you for that. And that's an interesting question to me. Like, is there as available transmission service? Is that being used anywhere? Or if not, should it be considered here? Mr. Turner, you're next, so I'm going to call on you. You need not answer that specific question, but please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I guess a couple of questions, but based on input about things coming down the pike. So one is about the value of projects, especially after entering into regional constructs, mainly Western Regional Adequacy Program, either under Markets Plus, SPP, or just on its own. So as I understand the current Colorado regime, each utility is responsible for its own resource adequacy and demonstrating that to its respective jurisdictional bodies. But then under the RAP, there will be a binding cost implications showing to that body of your resource adequacy. So whereas I know the utilities already value that quality, that this establishes another form and another value on top of it. And so I could see that deliverability having a greater value going forward as a quality that for that resource efficiency purposes. And just again, speaking from experience elsewhere, where resource adequacy becomes the dominant value, then the value of ERIS service drops away almost completely because the energy value is such a small portion of the value, and that deliverability becomes paramount. So that's one comment slash question. Do the utilities anticipate that resource adequacy value, resource efficiency value increasing after entering into the RAP? And then a whole another point I wanted to talk about, ask questions, is around how you say the variable, your question one here, variable nature of loads and resources, and a fixed hosting capacity. So now where my mind goes with this is hosting capacity in the distribution system context, in which we hopefully are moving towards one where there's a graph over the day, over the year, an 8760 of what's the loading capacity, or the loading and the hosting capacity on a line over that time frame. And this gets to Mr. Neal's comment around then if you had, for instance, a transmission line that was carrying a lot of wind, you would see a wind profile there, and solar could potentially match it in a helpful way. So I wanted to raise the question, is it possible to do an 8760 either hosting capacity analysis on a transmission line so that a developer could assess the match of the generation profile of its resource to available hosting capacity? So that's my main question. I wanted to make one point off of that related to the statistical approach. This kind of raises ELCC values. You could see ELCC value of a resource's deliverability according to what's the rest of the profile on that line. And then lastly, that does suggest a kind of provisional firm transmission service. That is, if you are transmitting outside of this, the established existing loading profile of a transmission line, then you have deliverability. If you're trying to deliver at the same time as that wind, for instance, in Mr. Neal's example, then you don't have firm deliverability. And tying this all back around to the distribution context where we're talking about a flexible connection framework for DER resources that want to deliver onto a line when it is not fully loaded in the off-peak times, is there such an equivalent where you are firm in the off-peak times? So sorry, that was several points in one. I hope it made sense.
Well, it's a lot of good clarifying questions, I think. Mr. Hubbard, your hand is up. I'm not sure when it went up, but do you have any responses for Mr. Turner?
I have a couple of responses for Mr. Neal, actually.
Okay. All right.
There is a product that I could reword or rename or reclassify as available transmission service. It's called non-firm. It is available and it's regularly used. And it's used by plenty of transmission customers on every transmission provider system. And so for a project that interconnects under ERES, they have the ability to use non-firm transmission service. Alternatively, they have the ability to use, without getting into transmission reservation priorities and all the nuance there is the ability of network customers to use what's called 6NN, level 6 non-network service, which is not firm, but it's utilizing your firm rights on the system to move generation around. And so there is availability for resources to do that. Again, to Ken's earlier point, my previous understanding is most of these resources want or need firm transmission to get financing, but I can't confirm that. It'd be an interesting question to know from developers, but there is the ability to use non-firm capacity on the system. Further, FERC has created a surplus interconnection service to help more projects to utilize unused capacity on the system. For example, to Chris's point, where wind is not always blowing. Under surplus interconnection service, which is a service provided under every tariff, you can interconnect another resource behind the same point of interconnection. So you can team up and put solar and storage on a wind project or any combination thereof, and your net output can't exceed the original interconnection agreement, like 100 megawatts, but you could put 200 megawatts of resources back there, wind and solar, and then curtail one or the other based upon what's actually available. And so there's ability there to leverage the system on a non-firm basis, I guess is the point.
Mr. Hubbard, are you aware if that is commonly used? Are there developers that are packaging wind and solar on the same interconnection agreement owned by the same developer, or where the interconnection is shared between two or more developers?
So with surplus interconnection service, the interconnection agreement holder has the ability to open that up to others if they choose to, but they also could just tie in their own resource. Do we have projects requesting to interconnect utilizing multiple types of resource? Yes, we've had projects request to interconnect with solar and storage, wind and storage, solar, wind, and storage. To date, we've only had projects with a single resource, but I know through at least Tri-State CRP, we openly requested bids for surplus interconnection service to try to leverage locations on our system where the resource that's there is not operating 8760 hours a year.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. Mr. Turner did ask a number of questions. Let's start with the one about the resource adequacy value. Is that Mr. Turner, I think you were suggesting that your question is is there increasing value in deliverability so that a given resource could count more towards resource adequacy? Was that your point?
Yes. Do utilities anticipate the value of deliverability increasing because of an increased value on resource adequacy, or resource efficiency, as it's called in the RAP context?
Does anyone from the utilities wish to take up that question or respond to it? I get a lot of takers right now. It seems like a good question to me. You also asked if it's possible to do an 8760 hosting capacity for transmission, so an IPP could assess the match of its resources to the available hosting capacity.
Yeah, we've talked about that was very useful, by the way, hearing the different transmission services that are available, and I'll add conditional firm to the list. But do developers have the data in order to plan these? Can we do a 8760 hosting loading so that then a developer could analyze what's available?
Mr. Wilson, I see your hand, but I think I want to ask a utility person to respond to that question if possible.
Actually, I may be able to answer it better than they can, because I was actually involved in the SPP day ahead market workshops and was a voting member of the SEAMS working group. I would say a lot of these questions depend on what ISO we eventually, the state is on, or all the utilities are on, and what rules they have. In other words, will there be a capacity market or not? Some ISOs have capacity markets and some don't.
I'm pretty sure there'll be a capacity market between SPP and CAISO. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, no, that's all right. Well, we don't know, because it's split nationally as to who does what. Also, we might just stay with a day ahead of market for a long time. We don't know that either. And what what that market will do. So, that's one part of it. The question on wind and solar is a very interesting one. I have looked closely at the SPP footprint with respect to that question. I actually, because I was working with PNNL, Pacific National Lab, on wind studies they were doing for WEC, and I kind of thought for some time that it would be a good play to try to get more solar in the SPP footprint. If you look at the SPP website, they have an excellent dashboard, and you can look at wind and solar. Though the solar, wind goes up and down, they have about 32 gigawatts of wind, and they have about 350 megawatts of solar. So the solar looks like the x-axis, really. It's a red line right down on the x-axis. So there's a huge potential for solar, but unfortunately, there's actually quite a lot of wind generation during the daytime. It's not as little as you would think. Maybe 20-30% of all of the wind is in the daytime hours when solar would be producing. Now, I have no clue what that ratio would be in Colorado. It's something that we should definitely look at. In fact, PNNL might be able to do that fairly easily. We could ask them. It might be something CETA could help with in the long run. So anyway, some really good questions that Brian is asking, and very, very complex answers, I think. Anyway, I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think we will move along and this is something that we approached this subject a little earlier today, but here we go. Consideration of regional and interregional transmission resources in the ERP process. As in the future, if we do succeed in building more regional and even interregional lines, what role should they play in the ERP process? My thinking is that over time, we may see more opportunities to economically satisfy a portion of our needs and perhaps reduce curtailment via transmission rather than solely generation. Perhaps also reduce the planning reserve margin. So my first question is it possible to develop truly optimized expansion plans without considering transmission links to regional and interregional transmission resources? So I think what I'm trying to gauge here is, do we need rules to explicitly bring consideration of such resources into the ERP process? Should the RFPs effectively solicit transmission links, whether built by the incumbent utility or a third party? I'm just looking for some feedback on that concept. Mr. Neal, please go ahead.
I think a useful approach to this is that transmission is conditional transmission. It depends on whether there's cost-effective resources connected to it and whether those are, quote, cost-effective, including the cost of transmission. And that's like the May Valley Longhorn extension we saw in the ERP, Piesco's ERP, that if you think of most of this transmission is conditional, then you get an optimized plan, including the cost of resource and transmission.
Mr. Neal, would you do you see a downside to making such a resource explicitly one that explicitly needs to be contemplated in the ERP process?
No, I think transmission needs to be included in the cost of projects and not, you spend $1 billion on transmission and then ignore it when you go to evaluate whether a resource is cheap or not. You've got to include the cost of transmission as well.
And I'm particularly curious about the potential for it's not just the cost of the generating resource and its and wheeling that power into a utility system, to its loads. It seems to me, and this certainly complicates things, but if by creating a transmission link to another system, you are now accessing resources that are further away geographically, now you may be looking at a substantially different wind or solar resource, which would impact the ELCC, the effective capacity value of those resources. Despite the wheeling charge, a transmission charge, that project might go further to satisfying a utility's resource need.
Well, what the idea you have in your head is not exactly clear to me, but it seems like what you're saying is consistent. If it's, you include the cost of transmission with the cost of the resource and the LCC credit of that transmit or that resource, and considering whether when you do an evaluation of a project, got to include the full cost and the full benefits.
Thanks. I want to encourage. I notice we're getting good participation, good discussion here from a number of folks. Surprising silence from others, and so I'd like to encourage everyone to weigh in on this. If you have any comments to share. Yeah, Mr. Flores, please go ahead. From Excel.
Hey, Dan. I wonder if perhaps you could indulge me here. I would like to maybe spend a minute or two to maybe understand the concept of an optimized expansion plan. I think with any kind of optimization problem, it has a lot to do with the parameters and restrictions on your, what are you trying to optimize? Is it that capacity is like going back to like a utilization factor is above 90% utilized for the majority of the year, or if we're adding more renewables, is it that we're never curtailing anything? And I'm just curious. I would like to understand because I see that optimize in a couple of the different prompts here, and so I was just curious if you could maybe expand on that.
Sure. Well, my understanding is that when we go through an ERP process, we're trying to select an optimal portfolio of resources to satisfy resource adequacy and public policy as at low a cost as possible. And what I'm wondering with this question and others like it is whether we can actually say that any given portfolio resulting from an ERP process meets resource adequacy and public policy goals at lowest cost if we don't consider what other resources might be available through extending, building a transmission link to another system. Is that responsive?
Yeah, I think so. These links, I think, especially interregional links, expanding large swaths of the country, I think, the cost would be extremely high to do those. And then I would just wonder if if they would go unused for an amount of time that would not be satisfactory or to be considered optimized is kind of where I was going with that. So
yeah, I mean, I would agree. That's down the road a bit, isn't it? On the other hand, and again, and I've only scratched the surface of the just transition plan solicitation. But I do know that there was discussion of a linkage to the Pacificor Gateway South line during public services last ERP.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of what I'm thinking of, that, an example like that, or perhaps perhaps a link south from the San Luis Valley into New Mexico someday.
Sure. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
So I think the question stands. I mean, my perception is that, and having not heard any opposition to this idea, my perception is that we really do need to actively require and the consideration of bids that would forge those links, and make that part of our ERP process. So that's the position I'm in right now, and I just want to hear some feedback on that. And I've seen some hands go up, so I'm glad for that. Mr. Turner, I think I'll come back to you in a moment. At the moment, I think I'd like to call on Mr. Siebenau.
Yeah, thank you. Just a little bit of experience with the regional and some of the things that have come out from independent studies from interregional. It's really, in my opinion, what you're doing is you're expanding your market. So whether you're doing that through a day-ahead market or you're doing it through regional and interregional transmission, that's what you're doing, is you're expanding the market. There are efficiencies to be made there. Really what we see the value of is, can you buy cheaper power than you can produce locally? Can you sell your cheaper power to someone else than they can produce locally? And what do you do in emergency situations? Those are the three big drivers that we see for regional and interregional expansion for transmission. They don't really replace the need for local capacity. The question that always comes up in regional and interregional transmission expansion plans is, especially interregional, when you're not in the same region and capacity zone as your load is, what do you do with a resource that you don't have ownership of or contractual rights to? So if we, for example, build a HVDC line from middle of Denver to PJM on the East Coast, technically feasible, but PJM may not have the resources to deliver when the need is there, or they may not be cheaper, unless there's a capacity contract for that resource there. So it's dependent on a lot of things. I think we need to really make sure that we're considering that local capacity value versus how do we get the cheapest result, the most efficient result to get that capacity value, which is where I think the regional and interregional transmission comes in.
Okay, well, I want to push back a little bit because, I mean, no doubt in some situations like in Alamosa, where you need a localized resource to replace a retiring gas-fired generation and a part of the grid that is effectively, well, it's not island, but it's anyway, it's a spoke. It's out on its own with limited transmission links. Sure, I see your point there. More generally, it seems to me that this is done routinely. For example, Tri-State's joint ownership of the I forget the name of the plant, but down in Arizona, I think it's with Salt River Project. I mean, you've got ownership of resources that are outside of the footprint, and yet they're contributing to Tri-State's resource adequacy. So certainly you can have contractual arrangements that would give, that would provide capacity rights that could count towards utilities resource adequacy. Mr. Pascucci, I think you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Dan. Mike Pascucci with Public Service Company in Colorado. Apologies if I missed this a little bit earlier, but one of the things you said, Dan, was that I wasn't clear on is if we're looking at this from a transmission planning perspective, or if we're looking at it from a kind of resource selection process, because there's nothing that I'm aware of today that would prevent someone from bidding such a resource in, bidding a transmission line in that connected to a different regional entity for consideration in a resource plan. So from the perspective of truly optimizing a capacity expansion plan from a selection process, I think that process exists today. It's just a function of, does anyone actually bid something in? Is it, I think to Drew's point, kind of cost effective to do so? The challenge I see from doing it from an expansion plan is they would all, I think, probably need to be fairly conceptual ideas of what if you connected this, what does this look like? Kind of like that Pacificor study you referenced. I think in the past we used to have some capacity rights on a Lamar gen tie that existed, but I'm not sure what the level of certainty you'd have in those would be. So it's something that I was just thinking as you were talking about, it might be a sensitivity you're considering, but it might be hard to consider it as like a foundational concept of, from the field of dreams perspective of, if you build it, they will come. Because if you're going to build some sort of interregional transmission line, I'm not sure. You'd probably need to know on the other end, what are the generation resources that are showing up there, which I think gets you back to that whole conceptual idea of a bid eligible project at that point. But maybe you're thinking about it a little differently. It was just a couple of thoughts that I'd had as we were talking through this.
No, I think that is essentially what I was thinking. You're asking about is that that this would be something bid in to the ERP, and I agree. There's nothing preventing it now. One thing I'm wondering about is whether we ought to make it explicitly, because if you look at the ERP rules, there are it mentions specific types of resources: wind, solar, storage, gas. Section 123, and the resources at the other line of a transmission interconnection might fit into those categories, but the fact that they are at the other end of transmission linkage to a third party owned transmission line, I wonder about. Yeah. Anyway, I just think that is there might very well prove to be too costly, non-economic, but I do think about the value of including that explicitly as a potential resource. And I guess because there are benefits aside from the production the production cost, I mean, if it accesses a really prime resource, perhaps the reduced production costs would be enough to offset wheeling charges or whatever it might be, assuming, you're not in an ISO. But then there's these other benefits, both, to resource diversity, the ELCC, and resilience benefits as well. So I think that's the kind of thing I'm thinking of. So hopefully that was responsive. And if not, please keep your hand up. But I'll go to Mr. Hoffner.
Yeah, thanks. I think the concern I want to raise here is just and maybe I'm misunderstanding the discussion here, but right now Tri-State doesn't accept transmission projects into its ERP, or there's no RFP for transmission project build outs in connection with the ERP. It's just resources. So, in theory, if there was a faraway resource bid into the ERP that could show it had a viable transmission path, I think as you pointed out, Mr. Greenberg, I think Tri-State would consider that as the rules are today, although I think as a practical matter, it's pretty unlikely. The thing we don't have is any mechanism to consider interregional transmission projects as part of the RFP process.
And are you suggesting like you don't have a mechanism to consider interregional? Well, and
or any other transmission projects for that matter. I mean, it's just not I'm not sure what we would do with a transmission project that's bid into the ERP.
Okay, and Frank, and I think it's kind of obvious, but it's moot for Tri-State. By the time any new rules come out, you guys are going to be in SPPEs. I mean,
that was going to be my next point. Is we are hopeful that SPP membership will put some pressure in the direction of better geographic resource diversity and sort of bringing resources from elsewhere into Colorado and bringing Colorado resources elsewhere in a way that's more efficient than what goes on right now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Pascucci, your hand's still up. Did you want to respond some more?
I did put it down. Sorry, Mike Pascucci with Piesco. I did put it down, and then I did want to raise it again, Dan. I appreciated the clarification you gave, and I hope I'm not straying outside your guidance here on this, but did want to note I agree with you. The clarification is useful. I think there could be some benefit to it, and the reason I noted is in the JTS we have some testimony in there that is kind of raising a similar question of, as we continue this clean energy transition, I think it's probably fairly clear now in Colorado we're not going to be building coal plants, and increasingly there's concerns about building natural gas plants. But we do have some testimony and some questions around what are we looking at? What are we as a state considering as clean energy solutions that we want to be able to evaluate and pursue in ERPs? So whether it's appropriate in rules, part of me has a little hesitation to specifically calling resources out in rules, because who knows where we'll be in 5 or 10 years, and we don't want to limit the scope of availability. But also our rule can't include every single technology under the sun. But I take your point that being more explicit, if there is a way to feasibly consider these types of resources and maybe encourage them or make it clear that the commission should consider them, is an interesting and probably could be a helpful clarification in the rules.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Turner, you put your hand down. Just want to give you the opportunity. I know it was up before, and
no, thank you, and I appreciate what you asked. I don't want to be speaking too much. I will make one note here, and that is that really interregional belongs in the resource-transmission-resource planning life cycle. So I would hope that a resource planning capacity expansion model includes the out-of-state resources with some placeholder transmission costs, if those are found to be cost effective, are handed off to the transmission planning process. And this applies either at the utility level or at the statewide level. The transmission then determines what would be necessary to reach that. The benefits assessed on that transmission need be more than just that resource adequacy, right? Resource access. It goes to what's the opportunity to sell curtailed solar, to resilience benefits in the event of emergency, et cetera. But then if that transmission is found cost effective, can go back to the resource planning process. And now that we've got this interregional connection, we are open for bids from these areas. We have X amount of capacity that can import there. And I will note, I think the CETA study in particular highlights these kind of issues with the connection to Gateway South, as discussed in there, as just a congestion benefit. It was just seemed to be, from a transmission planning perspective, finding the transmission benefit, which by the way paid off its construction costs, I think, in 4.5 years, but did not consider this resource access benefits to, for instance, Wyoming wind, or the whole complex that is available from central Utah through other transmission, or the curtailment, reduced curtailment benefits, the resiliency benefits, et cetera. So I think it really needs to be a life cycle of benefits. And lastly, I just want to contrast then with the SPP analysis in the CETA study, which I'm most familiar with. It's recent, that's why I'm talking about it. But there we had this issue of what's the resources on the other side, and what's the deliverability on the other side of that intertie in that case. And so I think that was more limited, less encompassed that life cycle, because it could not get to the actual specific resources that might be available on the other side. And that's it. Thanks.
All right. Thanks very much. I'm glad you brought up that CETA study, and I was going to mention that myself. Okay. What else do we have? Whoops. All right. Should the ERP rules be modified to require utilities to solicit bids for transmission? Okay, so this is what we've been discussing already. Yeah, okay. I think we can move on. And I had scheduled a break here. I think we can keep moving. There's, I think, a couple more topics I'd like to consider here. So currently, the ERP rules require the utilities to provide information in their to bidders about existing transmission assets, but they don't require utilities to consider new third-party transmission assets that will be placed into service during the resource acquisition period. So I'm proposing the red line shown here that would explicitly ask the utilities to explicitly point out others, and other new transmission resources that could deliver power to serve the need. I don't see this as a particularly controversial idea, but perhaps others do, and if so, I'd invite you to weigh in on this. Okay, getting no takers on that. Yeah, Mr. Lunar, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's the question that comes to mind here as I read this proposed rule language comes down to the quality of information that the utilities would have available to them and be able to include. I'm a little concerned that we would be asked to report on the plans of other entities, both jurisdictional to the PUC and not, in that phase 1 process. again, certainly developers are free to bid projects wherever they're located, but ultimately to participate in a PSCo ERP, you have to get that power delivered to the PSCo system. So that's not to say that a generator has to be located in PSCo service territory, but if they're not connected directly to PSCo system, they're responsible for procuring the transmission service necessary to deliver it to PSCo's system. So in that sense, developers already have the option to connect to lines planned by other entities that are not PSCo and be bidders into our ERP. But this would be asking utilities to be in some respect accountable for providing information on the plans of other entities, rather than simply letting those entities speak for themselves about what their plans are and what opportunities that might provide to a developer. And again, I think, we typically see in our resource plans, because of that deliverability requirement, we tend not to get developers being interested in connecting to other systems and wheeling the power into PSCo's system. So I'm not disagreeing with the concept of there's potential for developers to connect to lines planned by other entities other than the utility that they're bidding into. I'm just a little concerned at utilities taking on the responsibility for reporting on the plans of others, when we really don't have a significant amount of insight into, well, is this a plan, is this a line that will get built with absolute certainty, or is this somebody throwing out a concept with no real intent of pursuing it further?
Sure, and then that makes a lot of sense, Mr. Lunar. I think what I'm thinking about here is, I look at, for instance, well, there've been a number of studies, right, that have pointed out the benefits of expanded regional and interregional transmission lines being, highly cost effective. None of that may ever get built, but I am thinking about the potential that, a decade from now, and assuming any of our jurisdictional utilities are not yet in a wholesale market or an ISO, then do we want to be prepared for that kind of situation? And I hear you on, well, what we can't, we wouldn't want to hold any specific utility responsible for, a great amount of information about some third party's line. I think what I was thinking about here was really kind of a topical treatment. We know that, Pacificor is building the Gateway South line or whatever. There's a line that's being run from MISO to CAISO, and it's going to have they're planning a converter station, somewhere in Utah, something like that. So yeah, but I hear your concerns there, and I think they're well founded.
Yeah, and maybe the way to handle that would be, to the extent that those lines are planned or intended to connect to the utility system directly, there may be value in us reporting, to the extent that we're participants in some of these projects, or at the very least, it's been requested that these projects connect to our system.
Yeah, but in that case, I think you're already required to provide that info.
Exactly, yeah. So that would be my main thought process there, is it's putting an obligation on us to provide information to bidders that we haven't developed and can't really stand behind. I think utilities can comment with a good deal of authority on their own plans. It's in terms of putting information out to bidders about the plans of others and asking bidders to potentially rely on that in developing their bids that I get concerned.
Okay, great. And I want to ask Coastline Interwest and any other developer who may be on the call whether something like this would even be valuable, or whether your membership whether your membership is perfectly capable of, gathering this information regardless of the utility. I just saw, I'm sorry, I thought it was it Mr. Pascucci? I just saw somebody had their hand up and put it down. You're welcome to share your what you were going to share there while perhaps while Interwest and COSA are thinking of a response to what I just asked. Okay, yeah, Mr. Wilson, please go ahead.
Okay, sure, I'll bite a bit. So, the question of interstate or interregional transmission, and then whether or not projects outside of the state would bid in to our ERP process is interesting. And, I think interstate and interregional projects and transmission is very valuable. But I think for Colorado, it is a little bit of a two-edged sword because, if we want economic development in the state, then, and we have a state that's blessed with good wind and good solar, which is somewhat unusual, that, people will start asking the question, do we really want to go out of state for much of our resource? Now, there is the question of diversity and, reliability. Do those benefits outweigh this economic issue or not? That's a good question. But, I think right now our membership is very focused on Colorado, and there are tons of projects in the queues that may or may not be selected in ERPs, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know that our membership has much interest in, going out of state to make bids into the state when there really isn't any transmission yet. The other thing I'll say is, if someone does put in or plans to put in a transmission line, say to New Mexico or Oklahoma, as some have suggested, I'll follow up with what Jared said. How reliable is it that they'll actually bid that? And at what point can you accept a bid for a development of a 100-megawatt wind plant in another state where there's no transmission and someone else is saying that they will build transmission? I resonate with what he said about it's one thing when you can build it and control that, and it's another thing when, can you depend on someone else and accept a bid from the other end of that project? I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I mean,
anyway.
my response to that is that I think it's I think that's a risk that would be, well, it would be on the bidder. It would certainly also be on the utility, and there would need to be some kind of non-price factors that would take that kind of risk into consideration. But my guess is that you wouldn't have folks bidding on on vapor. They would bid an interconnection, a distant interconnection, only if the transmission line had, let's say it had all its permits and, it had the rights of way secured and construction was underway or something like that,
Of course, with the advent of CETA, that may throw a whole different light on this because they could assure a build. And so that may be put a different answer on this. I was kind of thinking of totally independent third parties that might want it, but if CETA is involved, that might be a whole different story. Thanks.
Mr. Wilson, I also wanted to, I think you may have touched on this already, but I mean, when you were talking about competitive concerns among the IPP community, not folks not, or I guess, no, I think it was really that you were talking about losing economic development opportunities within the state. What about the potential to export using that same transmission link?
I have pushed that at CCPG to look at exporting, say, solar out of Colorado and getting wind into Colorado, say to SPP. So I think that is something we ought to look at. The value of exporting some of our good resources in exchange for, say, wind that's more diverse or that has diversity to our wind. So I agree that that's an opportunity.
I know that's a very great interest in the San Luis Valley, and thanks very much for that. Yeah, Mr. Fitch-Fleischman, please go ahead.
Second much of what Ken just said, and I guess I was going to start just with suggesting that this has a little bit of the flavor to me that I sometimes sense when maybe we've all moved past this, but historically it was common for a commission or a consumer advocate to suggest that a utility should rely on kind of like shorter term purchases of energy from the market, air quotes there, for meeting capacity needs. And so I guess to the extent someone else is planning transmission, they probably are planning use of it as well. And so I think my answer to the question is yes, if there are transmission resources that will, with some degree of certainty, as you just talked about, be placed into service, then they should be considered viable interconnection points. But that also comes with the host of, competing for use of that line, like whoever is building the line would be intending to use it for. And so I think Ken's right on all the kind of explanation of why it's more certain and better to have more control doing it in state or, by the utilities who are doing it directly to serve their customers. But to the extent a developer can figure this out or finds excess capacity on projects that are neighboring or deliverable to the system, then yes, of course it should be, competitive and considered.
Thank you. All right. I can't recall if I have this on this slide or it's just, yeah, there we go. Related question, should the commission require utilities to evaluate the cost effectiveness of transmission links in phase one of an ERP, considering potential impacts on things like planning reserve margin, the potential for higher ELCCs for some resources, improved resilience, improved operations, reduced curtailment that might come from transmission links. Should we be asking our utilities to evaluate those benefits in the context of an ERP? I'll take that as a yes. Okay. Yes, Mr. Pascucci, please go ahead.
Thanks. Mike Pascucci with Piesco, and I'll see if any of my transmission planners that are on the call want to kick me after I say this. I think, like I said a little bit earlier, I think it conceptually might be an interesting thing to do, and kind of not to stray too far into it, but similar to what some of that illustrative analysis in our JTS recently did with looking at, hypothetically, if resources of this type in these general locations showed up, what does the transmission system need? I think if you were to evaluate a conceptual concept of what if I had a transmission link to MISO or to Iowa or something like that, to Washington State, what do we think the potential costs would be? You'd have to, though, make some assumptions about what the generation on the other end is. And that's probably a thing where I think, Ken, you may have been thinking about this a little bit earlier too, of not every state has the same clean energy goals as we have. So are we connecting to states or to other markets where essentially we'll be buying their non-green power through a transmission line. That's what they'll be willing to sell us. Or are we making reasonable assumptions about what could be built or could be transferred from those other regions? So I think from that perspective, it may be conceptually valuable, but I'm not sure that it would necessarily provide insight into a phase two, because absent someone actually bidding that transmission line and generation on the other end, it to me is not going to wind up being anything more than illustrative in nature. And so maybe where you say, should the commission require them to evaluate it? I struggle with the require aspect of it, as I'm not sure what you're necessarily getting out of there that leads you in a certain direction, but it might be a sensitivity worth considering or something.
Just a quick comment. That's a great point. If you're just buying grid power out of another utility or an ISO, yeah, that has other implications. You're absolutely right. Thanks.
Sure, thanks. I am a little hesitant to do this, but I'm gonna see if Mr. Galbraith has any input on this particular question. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I did want to ask you in particular for your thoughts about this concept of evaluating. I know this is something that CETA has been looking at, and I imagine we'll be doing more of in the future. But what are your thoughts about that, Mr. Galbraith?
Well, I don't know if these are really related to my role at CETA, but what I will say is that building interregional transmission to access resources in different geographic locations has benefits. I don't think there's many when I was at the Western Interstate Energy Board, we had a bunch of traders come in and talk to us about whether or not utilities were entering into contracts for unspecified power. And I think at the time, and this was several years ago, the trend was away from that, right? I think the traders at Portland General Electric were pretty clear that they were looking for contracts that identified one or a list of generators on the other end, unit specific contracting. And look, there's lots of resource adequacy benefits from sharing capacity resources across wide geographic diversity. So, for example, if there was transmission that was available to the Southwest to access peaking resources in the Southwest that aren't being used in the wintertime, that could provide a significant benefit and significant savings for Colorado customers. So in general, I think it's wise to analyze these things and to look at these opportunities and not exclude them. And I think suggesting that there's no resource on the other end of the line, I think is a little is just not a good approach, right? I mean, there's other utilities out there building long distance transmission to access resources in other geographic locations. And I just think that Colorado seems to be electrically isolated from the rest of the West, and I think it's always good to explore those opportunities. Whether or not they pencil out, that's left to be determined. But I think it's good to include this kind of stuff in your planning.
And I want to follow up. I asked the question specifically, should we require utilities to do this in the context of an ERP? Well, CETA is looking at this and, is charged with planning for the state. And presumably you will be, I understand you're I think currently prioritizing the kind of the best opportunities that came out of the initial needs study. Mr. Galbraith, I'm going to ask you, do you, and this is, maybe stealing some thunder from the workshop on the 25th, but do you see CETA presenting, doing and analyzing and presenting exactly this, the costs and benefits of lines that would access, distant resources, regional and interregional lines.
Well, again, I think in the 2024 study that we, just are wrapping up and have an initial report out there, we looked at, interstate connections. We specifically looked at the connecting the Craig substation to Pacificor's Gateway South, and I think someone earlier indicated that it relieved quite a bit of congestion on the I think it's the Tote 3, cut plane, and then in addition to that would provide access to clean energy generation in Wyoming and possibly in Utah. So we have looked at this kind of thing. I suspect that if we were to do a follow-on plan 3 years from now, if we're able to find funding and do that, we would continue to look at those kinds of scenarios. I think here you're asking about it in the context of resource planning, right? And again, I was suggesting earlier in the remarks I just made that I think there's potential resource adequacy benefits and capital cost savings from looking at at generation that the seasonal diversity and resource diversity across regions, right? I mean, there is an awful lot of interest in the Western Resource Adequacy Program, and the Colorado utilities are essentially saying, well, we don't have any transmission to take part in that program, right? Well, again, it's sort of a chicken and the egg problem. I mean, if the capacity existed, would there be significant RA benefits from joining that program? Potentially. I don't know. But I mean, again, making those kinds of connections, I think, is important to at least study and at least analyze. And I don't know where you do it. I don't know if it's in an ERP. I don't know if it's in a transmission plan. I'll leave that up to others to think through. But I think they're good things to explore and investigate.
Thank you. And I mean, I think that's what I'm trying to get to too. Where does this value get reflected? And perhaps it's better reflected in a transmission plan, but that, these values such as, reduced PRM, increased ELCC, perhaps, increased resilience to extreme weather events. It's I think I don't think it's controversial to suggest that these types of benefits are real. And it seems to me that the best place to examine those values is in the context of an ERP, or perhaps both in a transmission plan and an ERP, because, and this also touches on grid optimization, which we'll be talking about next week on the 20th. But we need to, it seems to me, we really need to reflect these values somewhere. We can't ignore them. They really need to be taken into consideration, or we are just shooting ourselves in the foot. Yeah, Mr. Turner.
Okay, thank you. So first off, I just want to put out the strong agreement with the general, the several statements in a row about the number and depth of value to interregional connection. As we've seen in a lot of general studies, and much of the question before us is how to reflect that value or to analyze that value and prove it out in the specific studies and plans and building of the utilities. And just to put on the table, I'll say that I think that there's a lot of underappreciated value to the west of Colorado, and perhaps a bit of inflated value to the east of Colorado, given the evolving nature of both electric and market dynamics. And so I just want to note my own bias coming into this. But then how does this get reflected? I want to suggest two ways. One is in the so it is a resource transmission planning life cycle, but the first is in the resource planning that there could be within the ERP some requirements, some discussion of how out-of-state resources, capacity resources are considered, and if there is a zonal planning approach that does its capacity expansion modeling based upon what's the resource value in specific zones with some out-of-state zones, Wyoming wind, Nevada, well, the power available at Nevada markets, or geothermal in Nevada and in Utah, and Nevada solar, et cetera, which can be non-coincident and highly valuable then. And so you could see those resource zones showing up in capacity expansion model in the phase one modeling. And then the life cycle hands off that modeling to the transmission planning process and says, this is the resources that we believe could be cost effective for us in the next 10, 20 years. The transmission planning process says, here's what the transmission would cost to access those resources. And in that transmission planning process, then you can get at some of these additional values of access to markets, access to resiliency benefits. So that's one, starting at the resource planning process, having zones, out-of-state zones. Two is in the transmission planning process where interregional connections are evaluated just for that variety of values that are not capacity resources that you're interested in signing a contract with, that are access to markets, are resiliency benefits, and that kind of thing. And that could be, and of course, congestion relief. And that, I would suggest, is best examined in the transmission planning process. So that was my suggestion. Two places where it shows up.
Thanks very much for that. I appreciate it. Okay, so I think, all right, so you're proposing that in resource planning, it would look further afield than just perhaps the resource zones within the state to zones elsewhere, and then get transmission cost estimates to gain access to those zones in the ERP process. And
right.
then,
So in capacity expansion, you've got zones with resource values, costs, and the transmission, and an estimate of the transmission necessary to access them.
great. Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Turner. Of course, invite folks to respond to those ideas. Mr. Hefner, you've had your hand up for a long time, so I don't know if you are wanting to talk about that or prior comments.
Yeah, my response is a little more general and sort of maybe finishes where we started off today. You know, and I know I've said this a few times, but I really can't say it enough, is Tri-State sees its future as a world in which the RTO, it's joining SPP, will be taking a hard look at costs and benefits of interregional transmission and making those decisions across its footprint. And that's really where we want to see that decision making taking place, and I think struggle a little bit with the idea of bringing detailed cost benefit transmission analysis into the ERP, which I think is just practically difficult in a lot of ways and would further complicate and extend what is already a complicated and long ERP process.
Okay. Okay, I hear you. Appreciate those comments.
Thanks.
Okay, see no other hands up. I think we will move along. Oops. Oh, really? That's it. I thought I had one more. I guess not. So, what do you know? It is not even 3 o'clock yet. I'm giving you 2 hours back, everybody. You can pay me later. The another pitch for our upcoming our upcoming workshops. I will be getting invitations for those out very soon, hopefully tomorrow. And then the slide decks will be available to those who register shortly thereafter. And that's about it. Just a reminder, if you'd like to provide written comments, those are most welcome. And unless anyone has any parting comments they'd like to make, I think we can call it an afternoon. Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate your participation in this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Dan.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.